been 10 years since the Business Day CEO Forum in Nigeria launched. Frank Aigbogun, the publishing CEO of Business Day Media, joined me to assess the journey so far and discuss ways to raise the bar for business leadership in Nigeria.
And it's really the premier convening of CEO business leaders in Nigeria.
We thought we needed a platform for Nigerian CEOs and leading investors to come together once in a year for knowledge sharing.
We have a number of measures we put in place to ensure that
It's been 10 years since the Business Day CEO Forum in Nigeria launched. Frank Aigbogun, the publishing CEO of Business Day Media, joined me to assess the journey so far and discuss ways to raise the bar for business leadership in Nigeria.
And it's really the premier convening of CEO business leaders in Nigeria.
We thought we needed a platform for Nigerian CEOs and leading investors to come together once in a year for knowledge sharing.
We have a number of measures we put in place to ensure that
It's been 10 years since the Business Day CEO Forum in Nigeria launched. Frank Aigbogun, the publishing CEO of Business Day Media, joined me to assess the journey so far and discuss ways to raise the bar for business leadership in Nigeria.
And it's really the premier convening of CEO business leaders in Nigeria.
We thought we needed a platform for Nigerian CEOs and leading investors to come together once in a year for knowledge sharing.
We have a number of measures we put in place to ensure
It's been 10 years since the Business Day CEO Forum in Nigeria launched. Frank Aigbogun, the publishing CEO of Business Day Media, joined me to assess the journey so far and discuss ways to raise the bar for business leadership in Nigeria.
And it's really the premier convening of CEO business leaders in Nigeria.
We thought we needed a platform for Nigerian CEOs and leading investors to come together once in a year for knowledge sharing.
We have a number of measures we put in place to ensure that
been 10 years since the Business Day CEO Forum in Nigeria launched. Frank Aigbogun, the publishing CEO of Business Day Media, joined me to assess the journey so far and discuss ways to raise the bar for business leadership in Nigeria.
And it's really the premier convening of CEO business leaders in Nigeria.
We thought we needed a platform for Nigerian CEOs and leading investors to come together once in a year for knowledge sharing.
We have a number of measures we put in place to ensure that private and institutions some of the diversified overcome.
It's been 10 years since the Business Day CEO Forum in Nigeria launched. Frank Aigbogun, the publishing CEO of Business Day Media, joined me to assess the journey so far and discuss ways to raise the bar for business leadership in Nigeria.
And it's really the premier convening of CEO business leaders in Nigeria.
We thought we needed a platform for Nigerian CEOs and leading investors to come together once in a year for knowledge sharing.
We have a number of measures we put in place to ensure that private and institutions some of the diversified overcome.
It's been 10 years since the Business Day CEO Forum in Nigeria launched. Frank Aigbogun, the publishing CEO of Business Day Media, joined me to assess the journey so far and discuss ways to raise the bar for business leadership in Nigeria.
Would find those that are engaged in groundbreaking endeavors, even if they be at their infancy today, but clearly with a very bright and interesting future ahead of them. If you are not already a Business Day reader on our digital platforms, we would like for you to be a Business Day reader on our digital platforms. I mean, that is the list that we will be offering here this afternoon. So let's be friends, if we are not friends already. But most importantly, enjoy the experience today. Thank you very much for coming. God bless you.
That I would like to introduce Mr. Abayomi Awobokun. He's a business leader from Nigeria, 2016 recipient of the Young Global Leader Award from the World Economic Forum, 2017 recipient of the prestigious Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellow from the African Leadership Initiative and South Africa. And he's the founder of the September 20 Foundation, as well as the CEO of NU Retail, of course. So I'll be running through some questions. There's a ton of questions that SMEs have, but I've just captured a few. And yeah, so we'll just start. So you're welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
So what can I address you as?
Yomi.
Okay, Yomi.
Thanks to Business Day and everybody concerned in putting this together. It's a huge, huge privilege to be here. The biggest challenge, or the biggest challenges, are around an even playing field. I think that's the best way to put it. It's that as a startup or an SME, unfortunately, you're not competing against brighter minds. You're competing against entrenched interests.
I had the first startup that I built, and it did go as planned. And that put me in a position where I was completely worn out. I thought we did everything we could have done. But you know when you've read books and then life teaches you the real lessons, and then all those things you read in those books, all of a sudden you start asking yourself, did they adulterate the theories in these books or something?
Tech is enabling medicine, tech is enabling finance, tech is enabling everything. So I think the whole world has been eaten up by tech. So any business you're in today that tech has not enabled you, just hold on a moment, it's going to get to you. The problem is when it comes to your side, are you going to survive? Because as it goes along, it kills whatever comes along with it.
Would find those that are engaged in groundbreaking endeavors, even if they be at their infancy today, but clearly with a very bright and interesting future ahead of them. If you are not already a Business Day reader on our digital platforms, we would like for you to be a Business Day reader on our digital platforms. I mean, that is the list that we will be offering here this afternoon. So let's be friends, if we are not friends already. But most importantly, enjoy the experience today. Thank you very much for coming. God bless you.
Then I would like to introduce Mr. Abayomi Awobokun. He's a business leader from Nigeria, 2016 recipient of the Young Global Leader Award from the World Economic Forum, 2017 recipient of the prestigious Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellow from the African Leadership Initiative and South Africa. And he's the founder of the September 20 Foundation, as well as the CEO of NU Retail, of course. So I'll be running through some questions. There's a ton of questions that SMEs have, but I've just captured a few. And yeah, so we'll just start. So you're welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
So what can I address you as?
Yomi.
Okay, Yomi.
Thanks to Business Day and everybody concerned in putting this together. It's a huge, huge privilege to be here. The biggest challenge, or the biggest challenges, are around an even playing field. I think that's the best way to put it. It's that as a startup or an SME, unfortunately, you're not competing against brighter minds. You're competing against entrenched interests.
I had the first startup that I built, and it did go as planned. And that put me in a position where I was completely worn out. I thought we did everything we could have done. But you know when you've read books and then life teaches you the real lessons, and then all those things you read in those books, all of a sudden you start asking yourself, did they adulterate the theories in these books or something?
Tech is enabling medicine, tech is enabling finance, tech is enabling everything. So I think the whole world has been eaten up by tech. So any business you're in today that tech has not enabled you, just hold on a moment, it's going to get to you. The problem is when it comes to your side, are you going to survive? Because as it goes along, it kills whatever comes along with it.
find those that are engaged in groundbreaking endeavors, even if they be at their infancy today, but clearly with a very bright and interesting future ahead of them. If you are not already a Business Day reader on our digital platforms, we would like for you to be a Business Day reader on our digital platforms. I mean, that is a list that we will be, offering here this afternoon. So let's be friends, if we are not friends already. But most importantly, enjoy the experience today. Thank you very much for coming. God bless you.
Then I would like to introduce Mr. Abayomi Awobokun. He's a business leader from Nigeria, 2016 recipient of the Young Global Leader Award from the World Economic Forum, 2017 recipient of the prestigious Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellow from the African Leadership Initiative and South Africa. And he's the founder of the September 20 Foundation, as well as the CEO of NU Retail, of course. So I'll be running through some questions. There's a ton of questions that SMEs have, but I've just captured a few. And yeah, so we'll just start. So you're welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
So what can I address you as?
Yomi.
Okay, Yomi.
Thanks to Business Day and everybody concerned in putting this together. It's a huge, huge privilege to be here. The biggest challenge, or the biggest challenges, are around an even playing field. I think that's the best way to put it. It's that as a startup or an SME, unfortunately, you're not competing against brighter minds. You're competing against entrenched interests.
I had the first startup that I built, and it did go as planned. And that put me in a position.
We apologize profusely for the delayed commencement of this session. We have been trying to get one of our keynote speakers, Dr. Gregerson.
Would find those that are engaged in groundbreaking endeavors.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Frank Aibogun. I'm the publisher of Business Day, and I would like to start by offering a profuse apology for the delayed commencement of our CEO forum. Today, we've been trying to get Professor Gregerson to join us. I am glad that we are about now to start. This has been a year essentially defined by the ravages of the coronavirus and the associated economic slowdown that has followed. Lives have been lost, families devastated, while businesses and careers have taken a hammering. Our thoughts and prayers are with those who have lost loved ones, and we pray for God's abiding comfort. Our hope and expectation on the back of the great signs relating to 2 or 3 vaccine candidates, which are now nearing approval application process. We can hope now that when we convene next year for our CEO forum, we should be able to do that physically in Lagos. This is a very timely gathering. I believe it is time that we start preparing for a certain post-COVID recovery era, whether it is about our business or about our careers or family. We must now begin to reimagine and rethink the future that is ahead of us. And I invite you to take on that future with hope and determination. I'm very delighted that this morning we will be starting the CEO Forum with a session, a conversation between Professor Krosner and, of course, our good friend, Babatunde Fajamirokun. And without any further ado, let me once again welcome you to the 2020 CEO Forum, and to then hand you over to our moderator to kickstart the session with Professor Krosner and Mr. Fajamirokun. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Hello, everyone. Welcome again to the Business Day CEO Forum. We will be starting off now with the session KUV Ball, Recession Shapes and Outlooks for 2021. This session is going to be moderated by the MD and CEO of ICO Insurance PLC, and we will have a conversation. He's going to be in conversation with Professor Randall Krosner, Deputy Dean for Executive Programs, and Norman R. Bobbins, Professor of Economics at the University of Chicago Booth University School of Business. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Rolly. Thank you very much to the publisher. Thank you for being here, Randy. I know that there was a quick introduction, but I'll say, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for joining this fireside chat with Professor Randy. As Rolly mentioned, I'm the CEO of ICO Insurance. In our chat today, we'll be discussing the economic recovery from COVID-19 and the role of central banks. And this context is really within the KUV Ball, Recession Shapes and the Outlook for 2021. I'll briefly introduce Randy. Like Rolly mentioned, he's the Deputy Dean of Executive Programs and Norman Robbins Professor of Economics at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business, and has been a faculty member at the school since 1990, with periods of leave to pursue other endeavors. He's a former member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve from 2006 to 2009, where he was chairman of its Committee on Supervision and Regulation of Banking Institutions during the global financial crisis. Welcome, Professor Randy. So Randy, I mean, 2020 has been a highly unusual year. It's been incredibly disruptive. And of course, in the US, in other economies, and we've had to have a lot of responses from central banks. In 2021, we're also expecting a new president in the US. I assume everything will be resolved by then. I mean, and obviously with the different sets of priorities in addition to COVID. So, I mean, in your view, how will this new administration in the US impact business generally and the US economy in the context of COVID-19? And what might this mean for the rest of the world?
Great. Well, thank you very much, Tunde, and I thank Business Day and everyone else involved. I'm really delighted to be part of this. I wish I could be with you in Lagos as I was last year for a number of events. I really have enjoyed my time in Nigeria, and I can't wait to get back. As you said, Tunde, it's been quite a year, something that we really haven't seen before. In major countries, having these lockdowns, these shutdowns that cause GDP to contract by 1/3 or 25%. Even during the Great Depression, we didn't have that kind of collapse of economic activity in such a short period of time. And then as the unlocks occur, we saw increases of 25, 30% of GDP, not back to where we were before, but this incredible zigzag, this down and up, and this partial up, is really something that is unprecedented. Central banks responded initially, I think, very, very boldly, particularly the Fed. As Tunde had mentioned, I was there during the global financial crisis a decade ago. We created a number of new programs to provide liquidity to the markets and provide dollar liquidity around the globe with swaps to other central banks. And all the programs that we had stood up back, or that we had created back a decade ago, over a short few-day period, the Fed today revived them all and brought interest rates effectively to zero, and is continuing to do more sorts of lending. I think that's been very helpful in making sure that we were able to bounce back, but the bounce back is not complete. And here at our London campus, and when travel permits, I can't wait to invite you all to come to our spectacular campus here in London. The challenge is that the bounce back has only been partial. Why is that? Well, I think that's because the pandemic is having ongoing effects on many of these economies, but also there's going to be a fundamental structural change in economic activity. I think the travel industry is going to be smaller than it was. I think hospitality and leisure will be smaller than they were. I think people will be traveling less, and so that has an impact on the energy industry and the oil industry, which is so important for Nigeria. And so I see continued recovery in 2021. The vaccines certainly will be helpful, although that's going to take a long time for those to actually get out to vaccinate a large fraction of the population. But it's of course extraordinarily good news, so that certainly by the end of 2021, hopefully we can put a lot of these health challenges behind us, and also the associated challenges for the economy. But it's going to be a very bumpy road in 2021. The new administration will likely face challenges in trying to figure out what the priority should be. Also, it looks likely that the Senate would stay with the Republicans, so that's still not defined. There will be some runoff elections that will occur in early January. But if you have the president as from the Democratic Party and the Senate from the Republicans, it's going to be very difficult for the president to get through their priorities. They're going to have to compromise. They're going to have to work with Congress and find areas where they agree on spending. And so that probably means that there would be less spending than if there had been a Democratic Congress and Democratic Senate. One of the things that's a clear priority for a Biden administration would be green energy, focusing on renewables, and obviously that is a very different priority than for a Trump administration, and so that will affect where the spending goes, and will affect a lot of the developments and a lot of the regulations, which again could have a very big impact on some of the biggest industries in Nigeria. So we just stop there and we can sort of drill down in some of the different pieces. But I think we will have recovery, but it's going to be bumpy.
Thanks, Randy. I mean, it's definitely a very, very trying period. I mean, looking at, I mean, you mentioned some of it, some of the priority areas of the new administration, but what do we think that the fiscal policy will look like in 2021 with the new administration, and observing the fact that it needs to also manage the Senate being a balancing act?
Yes, and so the Senate stays with the Republicans. It's going to be difficult for President Biden to actually implement the priorities that he would have and want to go through on green energy. There may be areas of compromise where they can find common ground. For example, doing home insulation, for example, that helps an investment in housing infrastructure and also pursues a green agenda. So there may be areas where they can do that. I think there still will be a lot of spending that will go to support households and families who are unemployed. Fortunately, the unemployment rate, after skyrocketing to almost 15% from near 50-year record lows, it was just amazing how low the unemployment rate had been, less than 4% for quite some time. Skyrocketing to 15%, now down to between 6 and 7%. I think it's likely to persist at a relatively high level compared to where we were before. So there'll be, I think, a fair amount of spending there. One of the challenges will be infrastructure, and I think there'll be very different priorities for a Biden administration versus a Republican Senate. And once again, they're going to have to find areas of common ground. I think they will find some. I think the best thing that they could possibly do would be to try to set up a bipartisan panel to look for where are the investments that are going to get the most bang per buck, where are they going to have the highest productivity payoff, and then try to get consensus on where, what projects those would be and pursue those projects. May not be so easy, but I think that would be the best way to go. But it's I don't think we can rely on a large fiscal action very early on in a new administration.
Agreed. So, I mean, if you're looking at it in the context, what will be the priority areas then for the monetary policy and the Fed?
So I think one of the key things that they're worried about is a disruption of the financial markets. And what we saw back in March of this year was people not being able to sell U.S. Treasury securities in a smooth and regular way. That is always seen as the deepest, most liquid market, and people got worried. They said, "Well, my goodness, if we don't have a smooth operating U.S. Treasury security market, what's going to happen to other markets?" So they just started selling assets, and we saw this just incredible decline in asset prices very, very rapidly in February or March. The Fed's intervention by providing a lot of liquidity, by cutting interest rates down to zero, by creating this, reviving the swap program that provided dollar liquidity around the world, I think helped to put a floor under that. You can really see that the markets turned around then, because effectively there was what I call a market dysfunction discount. People were worried that the markets were not functioning properly. The Fed wanted to get rid of that. And they stand ready in case there is some sort of disruption that comes up to provide further liquidity and make sure that markets continue to function. I think they are at zero interest rates for a very long time. As Jay Powell has said, we're not even thinking about raising rates, because he wants to make it clear that they're really committed to a low interest rate policy until the economy strongly comes back. One of the challenges is if the economy comes back more strongly than they expect, I'm not sure about that. I can hope that would be the case, but they could start to face some inflation pressure, although they have said that they are going to allow the economy to run above their 2% goal for a little while, because they have been below their 2% goal for so long. So I think I hope they're in the situation where they have to worry about the economy coming back too strongly and then have to worry about pulling back. But I think it's more going to be providing that foundation for recovery. But unless the health situation is dealt with, unless people are willing and able to go shopping, go to the office, for firms to be able to produce, you're not going to get a full robust recovery until really we can save lives and save livelihoods.
Thank you so much, Randy. Thank you. So, I mean, in a few words, how would you summarize the expected recovery, considering, for example, the best case scenario with the vaccines that have been released or will be deployed by next year? How would you summarize the American economy? And then, we'll bring that home before we move on to Nigeria.
So I think for the US, I think the vaccines will certainly be very helpful in restoring confidence for people to be willing to go out, and also for saving lives, which is, of course, the utmost importance. And so that gives some optimism for reasonable recovery. We've had this, incredible sharp down, incredible sharp recovery. We're not going to see the same sort of sharpness of the recovery. We're still below where we were before the pandemic hit. I think it's going to take through pretty much 2021 to kind of get substantially above that. I think there'll be some sectors, as I said, like transportation, hospitality sectors, that are going to be far behind where they were and may never catch up. And other sectors like the technology sector, and obviously we're on a Zoom platform now. So much technology has really taken off. And so those sectors continuing to grow and grow, not quite as fast as they have before, but continuing to grow solidly. The declines in the other sectors flattening out and starting to see some recovery there, although they'll be much lower than they were from before. And you're going to have to see this transition of workers from some of those sectors like transportation, hospitality, into technology. That doesn't happen easily because people have to be retrained, have to have the right set of skills. So that's why I don't think it's just going to be a quick bounce back to where we were and move beyond. I think it's going to take a bit of time in order to do that. In the rest of the world, let's say here in Western Europe, where I am now, with the second wave of the virus and continued lockdowns, that obviously slows the recovery, and the bounce back had not been nearly as complete as in the US, and so significantly still below where we were pre-pandemic. And you're also going to have that transition from some of the transportation hospitality sectors into some of these other sectors. And some of the countries of Western Europe don't have as large of a tech sector as the US does, so it's going to be slower for them to be able to get to full recovery. And obviously that has important implications for key exports from Nigeria, like oil.
Absolutely, Randy. So I think we should move on to Nigeria, and that gives me a good cue. Nigeria has had to deal with, sharp drop in oil prices. We've had to deal with reduced demand for oil products, as you mentioned, a decline in government revenue, an unfavorable current account position, and a fall in real GDP. The central bank, as well as the Ministry of Finance, have sought to contain the contraction by a combination of fiscal and monetary interventions. Fundamentally, though, and structurally, Nigeria has persistently struggled with low income per capita and, of course, slow GDP growth. It is also expected that the economic pressures that have faced Nigeria in 2020 will continue into 2021. The outlook for many analysts appears to lean towards more currency pressures, high inflation, and a squeeze on living standards. What do you believe are the appropriate reforms needed to address some of these issues in the short and long term, considering some of the actions by the central bank so far?
Yeah, I think this certainly will be a challenging time, but again, I do see hope down the line. I know that Nigeria is considering some reforms of the the energy sector, to try to introduce more market orientation, more of a private sector orientation. And I think that's extremely important because ultimately it's about productivity growth. You are very, very fortunate in Nigeria to have such a young population and such a large population, and is extraordinary, can be extraordinarily beneficial. But in order to really allow that population to prosper, you have to have high productivity growth. You have to have good jobs and good paying jobs for people to have. One of the keys to that is making sure that industries are as efficient as possible and both domestically and internationally competitive as possible. Trying to do some structural reforms that introduce more competition, that lead to higher productivity growth will be extremely important in helping Nigeria to be able to export and to thrive. So I think that's both an intermediate and longer run thing to do. In the short run, obviously, there's been more fiscal spending to provide support where there have been these terrible shocks associated with the pandemic, and that's understandable. Fortunately, Nigeria has started this difficult period with relatively less debt relative to compared with GDP relative to most other countries. That's a good starting position, but of course, debt is rising rapidly. One of the challenges that the central bank has is that they, of course, want to try to support the revival and expansion, but if interest rates are kept too low, you start to get inflationary pressure. And we've been seeing that in Nigeria as the inflation rate has gone up and is now getting towards 15% and may even go above that. And so I think the central bank has to very seriously consider doing something that would perhaps be seen in the short run as not as supportive of recovery, but I think for the intermediate run and longer run will be very helpful. I think they have to try to think about reining in inflation, because if inflation gets out of control, that can really destroy an economy. And also, if inflation gets out of control, that destroys the value of the currency internationally. So it's a difficult position that the central bank is in, and I think it'd be valuable for them to signal that they are worried about inflation, they want to bring inflation down, and I think that will help to provide to avoid a significant devaluation of the currency and also avoid high inflation.
Absolutely, Rand. I think, as you know, I run a business in Nigeria. Obviously, I'm an insurer, so my needs might be totally different from some manufacturing companies or FMCG. Obviously, very low interest rates, very high inflation, scarcity of dollars. This doesn't seem like a sustainable strategy. What would you suggest? I mean, as what are the best policies that you believe that can be sustained by the CBN going into the future, assuming, for example, that this cannot be sustained?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that the combination doesn't work over time, and when people have tried this in the past, it has typically ended in tears. And so, typically, high inflation, significant devaluation of the currency, and disruption of economic activity. In the short run, it's very tempting to try to keep interest rates low, to try to boost short-run growth, but that very quickly turns into high inflation, which makes it very difficult for people to be able to do investment, for savings, for savers to save and not be hurt, for workers to be able to get increases in real wages in terms of their real purchasing power. So I think it's very important for the central bank to begin to raise interest rates and signal that they are concerned about inflation, so they can get sort of a double benefit of trying to rein inflation in before it gets out of control, and give a signal to the markets, the international markets, that they are serious about that, they are worried about that, they don't want to get into a high inflation situation, and so I think that would be my advice in the short to intermediate run, because otherwise you can get into an extraordinarily difficult situation for the economy, which would not be good for the people of Nigeria.
Absolutely, Randy. Just a quick note to our attendees. You can send your questions through www.slido.com using the Slido code of #CEOF. If you have any questions for Professor Randy, and we'll be happy to answer them on this fireside chat. So coming back to you, Randy, how can the private and public sectors better collaborate to address some of the economic and business challenges in Nigeria today?
I think it's extremely important to have a good, robust dialogue between the public sector and private sector, and make sure that there's good understanding between the two sides. Often government officials don't really have much of a sense of how business creates jobs, how important investment is for that, and be able to illustrate that and explain how certain regulations or restrictions on competition are making it difficult for the private sector to be as resilient as it could be. I know there's just an incredibly robust entrepreneurship sector and drive towards entrepreneurship in Nigeria. It's extremely important that obstacles to that be taken down. And so I think that's something that's extremely important to have a very good, robust dialogue where there's a good understanding between the government and the private sector about what needs to be done to build productivity growth. And as I said, I think the discussions that are going on now about thinking about reforming some of the state-owned enterprises are an enormous step in that direction. And I would suggest sort of moving rapidly towards more competition, more market orientation of the so-called commanding heights of the economy, the big industries, the oil industry, but also making sure that there's restrictions or impediments to the entrepreneurial sector are removed also.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've started to see some questions come through, but I think in a quick summary, I think, Randy, some of the key messages is, the central banks can be supportive of growth, but they can only do so much. It's essential to put the right structural policies in place to support productivity and long-term growth. I heard you say productivity several times, and
yes.
A lot of the economists in Nigeria would say the same thing. And this probably brings me to the first question that we have from the attendees. We have Mr. Raymond Balogun has asked a question, said, what is the hope of filmmakers economically in Nigeria?
Well, I think the entertainment sector has always been a very strong sector for Nigeria, both domestically and internationally, and so I think one of the key things is to be seen as having sort of a stable economy, to be able to get the investment coming in to build the entertainment sector. And so again, it goes back to what we were talking about before, having this, you don't want to have high inflation, you don't want to have a lot of economic disruptions, you want to have as smooth growth of the economy as possible. And I don't know enough about the regulations or taxes of the entertainment sector in Nigeria, but making sure that there aren't obstacles to sound private sector investment, allowing that sector to grow and thrive, because that's both a great domestic sector and a great export that Nigeria has.
Absolutely, thank you for that. Thank you. All right, I don't know if we've got any more questions, but I would just like to bring this session to a close. But first, I'd just like to summarize some of the key points. The policies of the CBN currently have good short-term option to buy some time. I believe that's what you're saying, Randy. But will not benefit the Nigerian economy in the long term. I think there's a lot of work we need to do structurally. That's because you can use monetary policy as a lever, but you also need structural reforms that drive productivity to go in hand with the CBN interventions. The disruption, across all countries and industries I've experienced this year demonstrates that the importance of ensuring emerging leaders from across public and private sectors. But Booth itself, is at the forefront of a lot of the, economic thinking, inclusive of both macro, micro, behavioral, and of course that some areas that the Nigerian economy can benefit from. So if you're going to say just a few words we've got a few CEOs here on the call, we've got business leaders on this webinar. What will be the key message before we bring this to a close?
I think, as you said, productivity, which is typically driven by competition. That's really how you make productivity growth sustainable. I think that's extremely important. A sound macroeconomic environment to allow for investment and to encourage savings and capital flows into the economy are crucial for sustaining that. And then I think making sure to unleash the entrepreneurial sector. You are very, very fortunate to have so many young people and a strong growing population, and that is an asset that very, very few other countries in the world have. The U.S., Western Europe certainly doesn't have that. U.S. still has population growth, but very slow. Europe has really slowed to a crawl in many countries, declining in population. Same is true of Japan. And so really making sure that you can assure good opportunities for younger people in Nigeria. It's incredibly exciting because there's so much potential that's there. And so I think part of what that is making sure that there's a balanced economic growth, that we have not just the oil sector, but a lot of other sectors, the services sector, the entertainment sector, and then technology. Those I think are incredibly important. So I wouldn't focus only on the natural resource sector, but also on these other sectors to ensure that balanced growth, diversified growth, and lots of opportunities for young people to really unleash the imagination and talent that they have, and that Nigeria has that very few, if any, other countries in the world have.
Absolutely, Randy. Thank you so much. So the key messages: productivity, stable economy with a high level of diversification of income flows, and of course, the right framework and reforms in place to drive the entrepreneurial culture in the nation. Thank you so much for your insights, and I hope that the attendees have enjoyed the session effectively. I have. I am a product of Chicago Booth, and they've got some of the best top thought leaders, if not the best in my view, in the world. Thank you so much, and I'll hand this over back to the moderator, Rolly. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, and I hope many of you will come to our programs that we do both online and here in London and in Chicago and in Hong Kong.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Fajemirogun. Thank you, Professor Krosner, for that enlightening session. Thank you. It was a really interesting session. We would, at this point, like to introduce the publisher, Mr. Frank Aigbogun, who will be bringing up the next speaker for the masterclass now. Thank you.
Well, Rolly, thank you very much. And let me thank Randy and Babatunde for that very interesting conversation. And I think it was a good way, even if we had it come at short notice, it was a good way to set the tone for our next conversation. These are truly very difficult times, and in the conversation, Babatunde has helped to try to bring the best out of Randy, and we appreciate it. We thank you so very much. Thank you. Of course,
thank you, Frank.
Next keynote speaker is Professor Hal Gregerson. He was meant to have started this morning's event, but somehow we are now having him for this time. Professor Hal Gregerson is a former executive director of the MIT Leadership Center and his best-selling author of the book, Questions Are the Answer, a breakthrough approach to your most vexing problems at work and in life. And I have to just acknowledge here that we have taken the theme for today's CEO Forum from the title of Professor Gregerson's book. He's an innovation and leadership expert and currently executive director of the MIT Leadership Center, and he's a senior lecturer at the MIT Sloan School of Management. While Hal's expertise spans across all areas of innovative leadership, asking the right questions cuts deeply across all of his work. He challenges organizations and individuals who lead them to question the way we think and to act to build a better, more creative world. Hal is also founder of the 424 Project, an initiative dedicated to rekindling the provocative power of asking the right questions in adults so that they can pass this crucial creativity skill onto the next generation. Putting his insight into practice, he is the director of a unique executive development experience, leadership, and the lens, learning at the intersection of innovation and image making. This course draws on Hal's two passions, photography and innovation, to teach participants how to ask radically better questions and change their impact as leaders. Ranked consistently as one of the world's most influential management thinkers by Thinkers 50, Hal regularly delivers inspirational keynote speeches, motivational executive seminars, and transformational coaching experiences. He also works with a diverse set of companies to help them master the challenges of innovation and change, from Channel to IBM to the World Economic Forum. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me now in welcoming Professor Hal Gregerson to give his keynote presentation. Hal.
Thank you very much. Let me get the screen share going. Could you enable the screen share so we can move to my slides? That would be great. Thank you. Okay. I want to first of all apologize. I am the reason for this delay today for you. We had a technical issue in terms of me making the connection right, and I take full responsibility. I appreciate everyone's flexibility on this and hope that we can move forward and work together in a very positive way. I have been humbled and sobered to hear about some of the challenges that you're facing. We have a family that's blended. My wife has 4 children. I had 3. We have 7 children, 11 grandchildren. They live in Seattle, Washington, across the US, and one of our daughters lives in Nairobi, has been there for a decade. We're all dealing with some very, very difficult challenges at this point in time. And what I'd like to do is just have us take a moment and think about, you know, this year of 2020, it's been full of completely unexpected moments, both professionally and for many of us personally. A lot of tragedy in so many different ways, a lot of change, that's for sure. Questions really are the answer when we're living in the middle of uncertainty. That may seem counterintuitive, but when we don't know quite what the future holds, the answers aren't yet created. And that's why questions matter so much. So what I'd like us to do just for a moment is to reflect on what is one of your biggest challenges right now. I'd like you to think about that very carefully, because later in our session, we're actually going to work on your challenge. But what's one of the biggest challenges you're facing? Could be professionally, could be personally, could be a combination. It's one that you care deeply about, one that matters to you. What I'd like you to do in the Slido app is please input your challenge, and we'll be able to see in a word cloud a summary of everyone's challenges, the things we're facing in your world especially. So if you could put that in now, I'd love to see that. Coping with change, obviously, huge issue. Please, the more diverse we can get in there, the better we can get a sense of where you're coming from. My hunch is you're probably getting the Slido app, or you're trying to find it. Power supply. My hunch is we're having a challenge with the Slido app, so try to get on that. It's hashtag CEOF. We'll come back to some more questions in a few minutes. But a few people are getting in. It looks like it's really around coping with change, capital, economic stability. A lot of different issues. Let's just leave that open. We'll come back to that challenge a little bit later. Feel free to put it in. I'm actually going to share with you, here's why I'm asking you about the challenge. I've taught at a number of different universities around the world, lived in Finland for 3 years, London, Paris, teaching at INSEAD, then Abu Dhabi. When I came to MIT, I realized that the way they operate at MIT is the way they operate in innovative companies. And at the very core of that, leaders at MIT are problem-led, challenge-driven. And that's exactly how leaders are in innovative organizations. We literally studied the alumni, the current students, we talked with recruiters, we talked with all sorts of folks to figure out what does it mean to be an alumni of MIT and a leader coming out of MIT. And here's the best way of summarizing it. Number one, MIT leaders don't like the word leadership, honestly. There's a low interest in positions, distaste for politics, I'm bored with the status quo. Those notions of position, politics, status quo are often associated with ego. And it's ego-driven leadership. And folks coming out of MIT, it's more like, what's the challenge? What's the problem that's so big that we're going to have a lot of people working on it? And so one of those, as you can see here, is challenge-driven leadership. That's what we call it. We don't follow people, we follow challenges. We have a passion for hard, difficult problems. very serious problems. Many of the challenges that we face will not be solved. We can simply make progress on them. It requires deep expertise and knowledge to solve those from a variety of people. I can't solve it myself. It takes a team, it takes a group. And because of our different areas of expertise, we step up and we step down as we're trying to solve the problem. We work that problem and we're analytical. Where's the data? Where's the data? And experimenting and prototyping, because the whole point of our showing up at work is that we're here to solve challenges when we show up. And I think that's the way many of you are, and it's the kind of organizations you have, which is we're here to solve challenges. And in 2020, that's exactly what we're trying to do. And so what I'd like to do is just share a quick example. Dr. Lisa Su, an MIT graduate, she ended up getting her PhD, her master's degree, her bachelor's from MIT in 2014. She became the CEO of AMD, a chip maker, global chip maker. They were in a disaster bankruptcy mode at that point. She used this challenge-driven leadership, the way I've described, with her top team throughout the organization, refocused the way they did their work. They're now at the high end of the chip producing process, and they are one of the most successful companies around. Now that's the high end, taking a PhD, but let me talk about a story that comes from an experience I had a few years ago in South Africa. I learned about ALG Estates and Cedar Citrus. They're a citrus farm, they grow oranges. This is Andries Fixter. He works on that farm, and his job was literally to irrigate and make sure the water gets in the right place at the right time. What we discovered, what I learned about Andries is there was a point at which early in the season, before the fruit was ripe, the baboons were coming on property. And they were going through the groves to some particular area, but Andries honestly couldn't figure out where they were going. As many of you well know, these baboons, they post sentries and they're really good at evading and hiding things. He finally figured out where they were, went to the tree, tasted the fruit. It was delicious, it was ripe, it was the best orange he'd ever had, and it was way early in the season. He then went to his supervisor and told him about what he found. And his supervisor could have said, Andries, just get back to work and irrigate the farm. But he listened. They then went to the technical people and discovered that this single tree in all of the orange groves had mutated and indeed was early ripening. It was more sweet than the other fruit they had. And they ended up cloning that tree and literally replanting the entire groves. And now most of South Africa use the same variety. All of that came from Andries asking a question about why the baboons were doing what they're doing, following it up, being relentless, figuring it out, working with others in his company, and they ended up solving this challenge to generate more value. Let me give you a different quick example about challenge-driven leadership. Mark Benioff, before 1999, had worked at Apple and Oracle. At Oracle, he was selling large enterprise-level software. He did it for 10 years, incredibly successful, was leading the entire sales and marketing function for Oracle, and he completely burned out. He ended up taking a 3 to 4 month sabbatical where he was just away from work. He traveled the world. And here was the challenge he faced selling large enterprise software before he burned out, before he traveled the world. Small and medium-sized enterprises could not afford the equipment investment and the large enterprise software, but they needed the functionality. Mark Benioff's parents and grandparents ran small and medium-sized businesses. He knew their world. So he was trying to figure out in the back of his mind, how could small enterprises use large enterprise software? He was stuck, a challenge. He literally talked to hundreds of people, rich people, poor people, small businesses, large businesses, government leaders, religious leaders, business leaders, all over the world. Then he finally came to the conclusion, what if we sold large enterprise software like Amazon sells books on the internet? One of the first software as a service companies. He created the cloud in one sense, and people thought he was crazy. But he'd done his homework, he knew it could work, and he built the company we now call today Salesforce. Now, when you get an idea at Salesforce, that initial idea, it was driven by 5 questions. They call it V2MOM. The first question is, I've got a new idea. What is it that we really want? What's the vision for that new idea? The second question is about values. What's really important to us as we're trying to make this new idea happen? The third question is, how will we actually go about doing it? The fourth question is, what obstacles might we face that prevent us from getting what we're trying to accomplish? And the fifth question is, once we do it, how will we know that we have done it with good measures? These 5 questions, whether it's a big project, a big challenge at the senior strategic level, or whether it's a small challenge for someone working as an independent technical contributor, an engineer perhaps, at any level of the organization, any new idea that arises that could move things forward, they have to work through these questions in order to move it forward, and it helps them do it better. Like I said, it's everywhere, and those questions matter because the questions are there to create conversations. I once had the chance to talk with Mark Benioff face-to-face, and I asked him, what do you do, Mark, to ask the better question? He looked me right in the eye, and he said one word, listen. And then he was quiet. He was watching me to see how I was listening. And I was there, I was present, I was listening. And then at that point, he ended up having a conversation with me for 15 minutes about what does it mean to be fully present, really listening, because that's the key for him to get new ideas and to ask better questions. So now back to their world. They have an airing of grievances chat room in the inside of Salesforce. It was started by engineers. They were trying to solve problems and challenges. They created this common chat area. Real issues were discussed, real topics addressed. Then it moved to the entire organization beyond engineering about all the other issues in the company. Mark Benioff did not know about it. His senior leaders reporting to him heard about it, and they wanted to shut it down because they were concerned there was too much transparency, too much honesty. Mark heard about this, asked to see it, put it on the screen. Mark's response to the airing of grievances chat room was, it's the lifeblood of the organization. We have to keep this going to keep conversations honest and moving about the real issues. And it's there to this day. So then that's the past. Now the present, they, like so many other companies, are trying to figure out how to integrate artificial intelligence into their existing process and to build new ideas and new approaches. And again, Mark went on a learning tour, a listening tour for 2 months as part of the development of this new integration. And at the very core, innovative companies not only ask questions, but they do it purposefully, built around some values. And they actually frame their values at Salesforce around questions. So how do we build trust in each moment with our customers and with each other? In 2020, what a powerful question. How do we demonstrate our commitment to customer success in spite of all the uncertainty around us? How are we welcoming and protecting new ideas and new people to foster innovation, which we need today more than ever? And how are we including the voices that are missing to build equality for all, giving voice to every voice in the organization and beyond? These 4 questions are the starting point for every new employee's orientation. They spend several hours talking about them, engaging with them. And the expectation is, as they go forward and work at Salesforce, you wrestle with these questions because they are our core values every day when you're at work. And for the most part, they really do, because they care. They use 1% of their capital, 1% of their profit, and 1% of their time every day, every week, every month to not only to help beyond Salesforce. In the middle of COVID, they've used that energy to help others around the world navigate these challenges of work and home and politics for that matter better with some free services to the world. Now, why have I chosen Salesforce? Because for the last 20 years, we've been studying the most innovative companies in the world. We've collaborated with Forbes and Credit Suisse to create a list of these most innovative companies. They have an innovation premium that literally says, I will pay you $82 or 82% higher than I normally would for your stock, your share, a share of your stock, because I think you'll do something different in the future that you're not doing today. Salesforce has stayed on this list at the top 10 for the last 15 years. And all I'm trying to say here is, before 2020 and COVID came to our world in 2020, Salesforce was already creating the foundation for ideas to be generated, questions to be asked and answered about challenges that matter. They created value for customers and for employees and for communities by doing that. And that's the spirit from which I'd like to share with you how these leaders like Mark Benioff approach asking better questions to get better answers. He's one of 100 people we interviewed, Clay Christensen, Jeff Dyer, and I, for a book called The Innovator's DNA. This was about 15 years ago. We discovered 5 skills that these innovative, disruptive leaders used, one of which was asking questions that challenged the status quo. And what we discovered in a data set of 25,000 leaders across the entire globe, in most industries, in most continents, except for Antarctica, is basically the CEOs of these innovative companies actually ask more challenging questions and ask questions more often than the CEOs at non-innovative companies. All I'm trying to say here, in a very focused way, is that if we want to innovate, especially in this world of 2020 full of uncertainty, asking questions in a productive, focused way about challenges that we care about is a key skill we need to use. Tesla is one of those companies that is equally successful, a high innovation premium. Elon Musk, he had this approach from the time he was growing up in South Africa. He read all of the Encyclopedia Britannica, 35,000 pages, when he was in 3rd grade. At the end of that, he said, I didn't know what I didn't know, which means he was trying to figure stuff out and asking questions. He actually told us the tough thing is figuring out what questions to ask. And once you do that, the rest is easy. And here's the spirit of it. Elon Musk, is one of 200 more leaders that we interviewed. I interviewed and colleagues with me to get to this book, Questions Are the Answer. They asked questions that gave people energy to move a challenge forward, and insight to do so. These leaders were from all kinds of companies. One of those companies is Pfizer. This is Dr. Dara Richardson-Heron. She is the chief patient officer at Pfizer. They are one of the 2 companies in the US that have been building this vaccine in order to get COVID away from the world. She wakes up in the morning. She's a diagnostician at heart. She knows that asking the right questions matters. She's been integral in making a very diverse panel of people in the test of that COVID vaccine. It's been a deep commitment to her. Her values are important, that this vaccine needs to work for everyone, not just a subset of the population. She's the kind of person who's helping to move things forward in that world of vaccines. This was almost 70 years ago. Peter Drucker said, the important and difficult job is never to find the right question, it's to ask the right answer, it's to ask the right question. And he said, there's nothing more dangerous or useless than the right answer to the wrong question. And what I'm trying to frame here is that these leaders who are leading innovative companies, they believe what Peter Drucker said. They wake up with that logic of being an ask, not a tell leader when they show up in the middle of uncertainty. So the question becomes, and I think you know this, I have no doubt that every one of you asks questions. The issue becomes, how can I ask better questions? And how can I ask ones that are catalytic, that literally help transform the situation to a better place? Let me give you a quick example. This comes from photography. I love photography, and it's a metaphor that's super helpful for us to understand how these 100 leaders who are very innovative ask the right questions. So here we are. I'm 15 years old. My parents buy me a used camera. My father was a construction worker. 15 years old, we ended up, I get this camera, I ran out. This is the first picture I took. And I ended up loving photography, fell in love with it, worked part-time jobs, saved money. And then I became a portrait photographer late in high school, literally taking weddings and portraits. These are some of them from that time period. You can see how dated I am. But the point is, I love photography. You compose these frames and you wait for the right kind of moment when their gesture is just right. Recently, about 8 years ago, now fast forward, about 8 years ago, I met Sam Abel, who's 30 years worked for National Geographic as a photographer. Sam and I have done some work together, and he taught me a very important principle. 3 words: compose and wait. This is a logic that works for photography, and it works for asking better questions. Let me show you the photography side. I'm doing a workshop with Sam. We're in a small town in the Western United States. Early in the morning, I'm taking photographs. These old and new cars show up for a car show. I'm interested in that yellow car in the center. I end up sitting behind it and take 68 photographs, hoping for something interesting through the front window. I compose and I wait. 15 minutes later, nothing happens. A person behind me says, "You might get better photographs if you get inside the car. Would you like to get in?" He let me in, totally different view, wider angle. Then I waited 15 minutes in the back of a very narrow seat on a hot day, holding still, waiting. This man shows up, he looks in further, and then he says, "Do you come with the car?" He laughed, I laughed. We had a perfect moment. This photograph never would have happened if I had not composed and waited. The owner of the car knew I was committed to his car, and he let me in because I cared about it. That's the logic here. Compose and wait. Here's an example from St. Lucia Islands. Compose and wait. Hong Kong. London, when we lived there. And near our home, now that we're in the middle of winter here in Boston. Every one of those photographs took at least 30 minutes to compose and wait for the right moment. And what I'm trying to say here is, these leaders in organizations that are innovative, that ask these questions, that push things forward all over the world, they compose the right conditions and they wait for questions that will come to help them move forward. What do I mean by that? They create settings, moments, conditions where they themselves as leaders, they're wrong instead of right, often uncomfortable emotionally instead of comfortable. And when that happens, they don't run from it. They are reflectively quiet. And in those moments, that's where new questions emerge that lead to new insights. Those are the conditions. Let me give you a quick example. I mentioned that I lived in Abu Dhabi, and when there, I met Fadi Gondor, who is the founder from Jordan of Aramex. It's a delivery company like DHL, FedEx, and so on. They started in Jordan, operate throughout the Middle East, parts of Africa, India, that region. Incredibly successful company. Fadi's the founder. He knows the business from the bottom up. He's the CEO. He's the owner of it. He's pretty influential and charismatic. He's known in the community. He has all the reasons to not listen. He has every reason in the world to be right and comfortable and just tell people what to do. But it's not Fadi's way. So Fadi shows up at 2 o'clock in the morning in Dubai, flies in from a different continent. It's late. 6 hours later at 8 o'clock in the morning, he's got a meeting with his regional team. Instead of taking a taxi from the airport to the hotel, Fadi is actively seeking passive data, looking for information he normally wouldn't get about his company and his customers. So he asks an Aramex truck driver to pick him up at 2 o'clock in the morning in an Aramex truck at the hotel. It's inconvenient, it's uncomfortable. They get in the truck, they ride to the hotel. Fadi asks that driver, what's working? What's not working? Why? And then he's questions of how might we do it differently? What if we tried that? It was a productive, honest conversation. Fadi does this all the time. The drivers know it. They trust him. The next day, Fadi changed the agenda for the meeting, and he ended up literally creating the situation where we're going to try to solve the system problems that are making things difficult for our truck driver, our delivery drivers. That's the logic. Fadi was wrong. He was uncomfortable. He listened carefully. This is the way in which we move things forward. And so when we do that, when we do the things that Fadi did, we discover things we didn't know we didn't know. There are things we know we don't know, but the things we don't know, these are the dangerous ones. That's where we get blindsided. 2020 has been full of this for all of us. Questions are the key to figuring out what we don't know before it's too late. Every example I've given, Andries Fixter in the citrus groves of South Africa, Mark Benioff, Dara Richardson Heron at Pfizer with the COVID vaccine. All of them were every day showing up, trying to figure out what they didn't know by asking questions to uncover that. I had the chance to interview Nandan Nilekani, one of the co-founders of Infosys from India. He said, I want the good news to take the stairs up to my office, the bad news to pay an express elevator to my office. These are people who are trying to honestly figure out what's really going on in their organizations. And so what I'd like to do is we have some questions. There are 3 questions leading up to this one. For those in Slido, please go on to that now. The first question is, when was the last time you personally were dead wrong about something at work? Could be today, right now, could be last week. Just when was the last time you were dead wrong about something at work? You could go to Slido. The more we have participate, the more representative the data is. So please take a moment. I know we have more than 2 people out there. We can do this. I know we have more than 3. So why I'm asking this question is, leaders who have this innovative, inquisitive approach to their work and their organization, they are not trying to figure out what they already know. They're trying to figure out what they don't know, what they're wrong about, to make their mental model better. And my suggestion here on this question is, if I haven't been wrong about something, I'm probably isolated from information that isn't getting to me. It's a signal. Isolation is the enemy of innovation. And this is one of those signals. We're going to try the next question. It looks like people aren't having easy access to Slido, but we'll try the question anyway. Next question is, when was the last time you were uncomfortable? When someone asked you an uncomfortable question at work. We go to the next question. And we'll show those results. Well, for the 4 or 5 people who have entered, I'm happy for you because it's the same story. If we haven't been asked uncomfortable questions at work in the last couple of weeks, again, we're probably more isolated than we should be. We're missing information we need to have in order to find and solve the real challenges in our organization. So let's quickly go to the next question, please. And that next question is, when you personally ask a question, how long do you wait after you ask the question for other people to respond? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds or more? Just put your, how long do you typically quietly wait, reflectively listen before other people respond? Now I'm going to give you the signal here, which is if it's a 1 or 2 second wait time, they call it, everyone probably already knows the answer to the questions, kind of like being in school when a teacher asks a question where she knows the answer and she's just trying to figure out if we do or he does. And all I'm trying to say here is ask questions that require reflective thinking. And when we do, be willing to wait quietly before someone answers it. That's the spirit of this. And so the final question is, think of your own everyday work pattern. Think of your own way in which you go about doing things. Which of these conditions is hardest for you on a regular basis? Being wrong when I'm at work? Being asked uncomfortable questions? Or just stopping and being reflectively quiet? Which one of those 3 is the hardest for you to tackle? I'd love to see the poll on that one. It's this final question. If we could put that up. So the next question is this one. Which condition is most challenging? Is that question there, team? I don't see it, so we'll move on. There we go. Okay. Just take a moment, type it in. It looks like, for those who have participated in the polling, it looks like a mixture of, it could be one or the other. All 3 of these can be challenges, and the issue is, are we actively trying to put ourselves in those situations? We're not going to go back, and what I'd like to do now is, if we aren't in those situations where we're wrong, uncomfortable, and quiet, now is the chance, now is the time to be able to do that a little bit better. Like I mentioned earlier, I've interviewed 100 of these leaders who are exceptional at building new businesses, starting new ideas, moving things forward because they ask better questions. And there are habits that I learned from those 3 million words of those interview transcripts And what I'd like to share with you are a few of those habits and actually try one of them in just a moment. And so here we go. The first one is, when you're at work tomorrow or sometime in the next week, audit your question patterns. What questions are you asking? What questions are other people asking you? Write them down for 24 hours. You may have to wait until after meetings to do it, but try to capture all of them. It's sort of like landing patterns when we used to fly. Think of questions, airplanes going into airports, airplanes going out of airports. And what I'm trying to suggest here is just think of what is the inbound and outbound question traffic in your world. It's super helpful to do this. Quick example, Joe Madiath grew up in India, grew up on a farm. One day he was coming home as a teenager, noticed the workers scooping up dirty, muddy water from the fields to drink on his father and mother's farm. He then asked the supervisor, why are they drinking the muddy water? The supervisor told Joe to just go home. They're busy working. Joe then went to his father, asked his father, why are our workers drinking this horrible water? His father said, shut up, Joe, and just go do your studies. Joe kept asking the question. His father sent him away to boarding school. Joe came back, he still asked the same question, and they finally got clean water for the workers on their farm. Then Joe graduated. He got a bike. He traveled through every state in India, trying to figure out what are the real needs of the people. He decided that it was sewage treatment and clean water. He built an organization called Gram Vikas. It's now quite large, operating across a good part of India. It's a big organization. Joe's the leader of it. Sometimes their organization becomes inward focused, ego driven, politics centered. When that happens, Joe takes the wallet out of his pocket, puts it on the desk, gets on a bike again, travels back to the villages to reconnect with why they're doing what they're doing, to generate more energy and interest in him about the whole thing they're trying to accomplish. And then he rides his bike back to re-engage with this organization to do the good they're doing. It's just his way of auditing. It's like when the questions start being too inward focused to our company, we need to get back out there with the customers. The second habit is default to ask, not tell. And I know in an emergency like we're in the middle of with 2020 and COVID and political issues going on, there are situations where we do have to tell people this is what we're going to do right now. But when we can, as often as we can, enter a room, enter a conversation with an ask, not a tell logic. Orit Gadish grew up in Israel. Her parents, her teachers really reinforced with her the importance of asking questions. She then became a consultant. She's now the chairman of Bain Consulting, global worldwide consulting company. Every encounter, every engagement, she's constantly asking, why are we doing this? How do we do it differently? It's the way in which she helps move things forward for her clients. Ask, not tell. Third habit is ask questions that are repetitive. Some questions are worth asking over and over recursively because they generate insights. They move things forward. One of the companies that's most innovative in the world is called Keyence. I had never heard of them. They have a high innovation premium. They're based in Japan, global organization. They're a business to business company. They make sensors equipment for manufacturing environments. They're one of the most innovative companies in the world making this equipment. The question they ask every day is, why are we even doing this? Inside of their organization, they ask that. When they're out with clients, they're constantly asking that. They have to figure out the right way their equipment fits into these factories. Then they go back and talk with the technical people, and if needs, they change their equipment so it fits the factory right. And they have incredible customer satisfaction, commitment, and they are one of the most innovative companies in the world. Good friend of mine, Roger Martin, grew up in Canada, Thinker's 50 #1 thinker. When he was a young consultant, he asked the question, what was the answer to the client's problem? He'd give them a report, it would go on a shelf, nothing done. A few years later, he changed his question. How can I help the client to arrive at the answer? Then that was more putting him in a teaching mode as a consultant. And then he asks, what would have to be true to this for this to work out fantastically well? It's a great question. We've got an idea, we're trying to move it forward. What would have to be true for this to work out well? So sometimes those questions are helpful. But at the core, these innovative leaders, they excel at creating or crafting questions that are specific to their challenge. And that's what I want us to do. We're going to create these conditions in just a minute for the challenge you care about. About 20 years ago, I was teaching executives about an issue. We were working together to resolve gender inequity in their organization. We were stuck. We weren't making progress, energy level low. I had this idea, let's ask nothing but questions. So we did that. We brainstormed nothing but questions. The energy level went up. It was about 10 minutes of nothing but questions. No explanations about why we were asking the questions, no answers to the questions, just questions. Literally, hundreds of questions on the blackboards in the room. And we ended up having reframed the challenge, new ideas to move it forward, and a lot of positive energy. At the end of that, I'm like, what just happened here? And then, since then, for the last 2 decades, I've used this method called the question burst, brainstorming nothing but questions, to move things forward. 85% of the time, if we take a short period of time, ask nothing but questions, 85% of the time, we'll make progress. So we're going to do it. We're going to come back to your biggest challenge. Get your computer, get some paper if you don't have your computer handy, or a tablet or phone. Get something that you can write down questions as you generate them yourself. I want you to think about your biggest challenge. Make sure it's a tough one, because in a few minutes, you will make 85% of you will make progress on the challenge by doing this exercise. So think of your toughest challenge. Got that in mind? One you really care about. What I'd like in the polling app is for you to type in one quick word. How do you feel about your challenge right now? Just type in one quick word. How do you feel about the challenge that you're stuck on? So if we could pull that question up. Just one word. How do you feel about it? On Slido, please. Can we go to the next question on Slido? So the next question should be this: how do you feel about your challenge? Exhausted in advance. I can see that. Some are motivated. Please, the more we can add in, the better. It'd be great to see everyone's. It's a feeling. How do you feel about it? Inundated? Anxious, pretty strong? Incapacitated? Intimidated? Pretty serious words. Thank you. I appreciate those who are generating and inputting. And your honesty. Thank you for the honesty. Okay. It's natural. And I would say frustrated as well about my challenge. And I can see that. There's a lot of anxiety. We're now going to do this question burst process. What we're going to do individually for just 2 minutes is we're going to brainstorm questions only about our individual challenges. Here's the process. First rule, in your own head, do not spend energy or time trying to explain to yourself why you're asking the question. Just ask it. No explanations before the question, just ask the question. Rule number 2, after you ask the question, our natural instinct is to answer the question, even in our own heads. This is going to take discipline to take away all the explanations before the question, to not answer any of the questions. When we strip away the information before and after questions and just ask questions, it opens up a space for new questions to emerge and for new ideas to come. To get that 85% success rate, you have to follow these 2 rules, even in your own head. So, what I'd like you to do to yourself, try to ask short questions. Ask yourself tough questions. Nobody else is going to see these. And try not to be hard on yourself, toxic to yourself, but those are the rules. No explanations before, none after. If we follow those rules, just 1 second. If we follow those rules, you'll get about 5 questions per minute written down. I'm going to give you 2 minutes in order to generate as many questions as you possibly can. Try to get 10 questions written down. These questions will be super helpful. They'll help make progress. Follow these rules. I'm going to set my timer now. 2 minutes. Try to get 10 questions in the next 2 minutes about your challenge. Go. We're at 30 seconds. You should have at least 2 or 3 questions. Now we're at 1 minute. Hopefully you have 4 or 5 questions. Almost there. Okay. What I'd like to do, we're done with that 2 minutes. What I'd like to do is, could you please on Slido, we're going to change to a question that looks very similar. It's the same as the one before you did the question burst. We're going to change the question to, how do you now feel after doing the question burst? Type in 1 or 2 words that best capture how you feel about your challenge. Could be the same, could be different. Thanks for those who are generating the data. I'm an MIT professor, so I'm data driven. We love data. Okay. Super helpful. I can see a whole range here from a little better to a little worse. Here's the situation. Let me just quickly show you some data. Oops, that's this back here. This is data from 3,000 or 4,000 people. This was before, this was after. And this data is similar to what I see here, which is about 20% of you felt the same. This a little bit higher in the average situation, but most people, 85%, feel a little better. Why does this matter? When we're stuck, we're in a negative emotional space, and the research would say it's just harder to ask the better question to get a new idea. So asking nothing but questions changed our emotions. Most of us moved to a positive space. Some of the data here and your own data, some felt worse. Sometimes asking nothing but questions helps us realize this is bigger than I ever thought it was as a challenge. And sometimes I realize I'm a bigger part of the problem than I thought I was. And so emotions matter. Asking questions help us move to a better emotional place. The next question is around, have you reframed your challenge? Do you see it a little bit differently now? Could you please put that question up and we'll quickly answer it? Do we have that question up on reframing? Actually, this should have been a different sort of question. So it's basically a yes, it's a little bit to a lot. We're not going to worry about that question. We're going to go back to, I'm going to just show some data. Think about your own situation. Here's the data from 80% of the folks out there. 80% of the time, they actually reframe it, see it differently, at least a little bit. And the final question is around, did you discover one new idea to help you solve your challenge? Simple yes, no. If we could move to that question on Slido, perhaps they'll be able to answer that one. I'm going to show you the data from 3,000 or 4,000 people. It's basically 85% of the time, asking nothing but questions, help them move their challenge forward. And we'll see here if we have that question up for you. But what I'd like to do for just one moment, real quickly, is there are some of the folks are here on Zoom with us. For those that are on Zoom, could one or two of you share why, from your perspective, asking nothing but questions helped you make progress, reframe, feel better, get a new idea? Could anyone share their thoughts about why this question burst works? I'd love to hear it if you have some ideas. You just go off mute for a moment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. But I won't demand it. Okay. Let me share with you a couple of things about why my sense is that this works. It's really, we created the conditions where you could be wrong, uncomfortable, and quiet. We forced you to stop answering questions. And I have a hunch that all of us, myself included, wanted to answer those questions we were asking. But when we didn't, we were reflectively quiet. We were forced to be. If you were asking honest questions, some of them are probably tough, and they helped you realize, I'm not looking at this quite right. That's the reframing part. And some of them may have been a little uncomfortable because it means I have to change. But the point of the thing is the following. If we do this question burst process, follow the rules and ask nothing but questions, even if it's 1 or 2 minutes, we make progress. Let me show you a couple of maybe suggestions. I'm going to invite you to use this process in the next week with 3 other groups of people. Maybe it's a family member, maybe it's a close friend, maybe it's someone you trust at work. Tell them your challenge. If it's okay to do that, then generate questions for 3 or 4 minutes. Try to get 15 or 20 questions. Do the same for one of their challenges. What I know from this process is it helps us not only ask the better question, but other people who we ask for their questions, they end up being more committed and engaged and interested in our challenge. And so this process not only helps us ask the better question to move things forward, it engages other people in a really productive way. So I was sitting with Bea Perez. She's Cuban. She grew up in Cuba, moved then and started working in the US with Coca-Cola. She's the chief sustainability officer. Bea's got this really tough issue she's wrestling with. Just a natural conversation. I said, Bea, let's just take 3 or 4 minutes and ask nothing but questions about your challenge. No explanations, no answers. Do you want to try? And she did. 4 minutes later, we had 20 questions, super valuable. She was moving to a different direction in a productive way. Kevin Brown, the chief supply chain officer at Dell, he and his team had a big strategic challenge, and this was recently, not in 2020, but in 2019, a lot of uncertainty in the world. And we ended up literally, his team of 15 people was in groups of 5, Post-it notes. They generated 100 questions per team. That's 400 questions. They then organized, distilled them down, some key categories, did 40 more questions each. Then at the end of several hours, these were the 5 questions our team cares deeply about to move things forward. Then they get up, they go out, and they do something about those questions. At Chanel, we started with the owners of Chanel, then the senior leadership team, then the next 500 leaders, and now every leader who comes into Chanel is exposed to this question burst process and the power of questions in their work. Financial services firm called Charles Schwab did the same thing, started at the top, moved throughout the organization. At this financial services firm, they put questions at the core of their brand, marketing-wise, because their best customers and their best long-term, most valuable customers ask the most questions of the company. So they want them to ask questions. The final thing is I'm sitting down with a friend, a colleague, who's a CEO of a large multinational global organization. And we end up having a conversation about family. It's a restaurant. And then his oldest daughter is turning 13 years old. He had a good relationship with her, but she's starting to pull away as a teenager. And he ends up, I said, let's just do a question burst about this issue. I told him what it was, and he said, okay, let's do it. We grabbed some napkins and a pen, and we wrote down 20 questions. These are the questions, he's let me share them, we asked about his trying to figure out how to keep his relationship strong with his daughter. Do I listen enough? Do I push too hard? Do I recognize and praise what she's best at? What hurts her the most? What's she good at that you're not good at? We then asked some questions around, he asked the question, am I a good father? And then he asked about where am I spending my time and schedule and what's unique about her and how could she be more independent from me? And at the end of all these questions, he said, I was asking the wrong question, Hal. I started with, how can I keep my relationship strong with her? But now I realize the real question I should be asking is, how can I help her be her find her? He took that new question and then did something about it. And that's what I'd like you to do. Think of your questions you just generated. Do any of them call you to action? Do any of those questions seem so powerful that I've got to go find some answers to this? And if they do, get up, get out, and do something about the questions. I have no interest in asking questions just to ask questions. That's to be smart and clever and to show off for other people. That's annoying. I want us to ask questions that are worth us doing something about and be responsible to do something about it. So let me give you a couple of examples about organizations where questions flourish, even in these uncertain times of 2020. They create conditions that I'm just talking about where it's okay to be wrong. I don't know. We're saying that a lot now, and it is uncomfortable, but I'm going to think about it reflectively, and we're going to do something about it. Leaders at the top of these organizations, they are asking tough questions of themselves and others. They create a process for other people to do it, and they have a purpose for doing it. So here we go. If you go to relentless.com, it will take you to Amazon. Because Jeff Bezos self-defined himself before he ever started Amazon as a relentless problem solver. As a child growing up, he always took things apart to fix stuff, to figure things out. He's a relentless problem solver. He told me getting the right question is key to getting the right answer. They're challenge-driven, problem-led. That's Bezos. That's his organization. They have a process, so he models it. They have a process. Start with your customer and work backwards. They're customer obsessed. They're focused on them. And this process is anywhere in the organization, if you have an idea to make the organization better or deliver better value to the customer, you write up a document. First paragraph is, here's the press release that if we do this idea, here's what they will say in the newspapers about our new idea in 4 years. 5 pages of frequently asked questions about the idea. Here's the question, here's our response, maybe a prototype of the idea. People come and sit in a room, they read this document for 15 minutes. Then they discuss it nonstop for the next hour or two. They ask the toughest questions of the people proposing the idea. At the end of that, they make a go or no-go decision more than 50% of the time, and a single person is made responsible to take that forward and make it happen. So, for example, one of theirs was Prime Now, delivering same-day service. That was the initial idea. They grabbed some paper, like an app on a phone. They grabbed some shelves from the local retail store. They just tried it, they worked it, they made it work, and in 111 days, they actually had Prime Now go live from that first working backwards conversation to across the entire organization. The senior leaders, the top leaders, Jeff Bezos, his team underneath him, each of them sit in 100+ of these meetings every year. That's deep commitment to generating new ideas that push us forward. Jeff Wilke, MIT graduate, CEO of Consumer Worldwide, he said, if you never ask questions, you never experience anything new, your model becomes stale. But if you seek out things that you don't know, you have the courage to be wrong, to be ignorant, to have to ask more questions, maybe be embarrassed, then you build a more complete mental model, and that model serves you well. That's how he works. I didn't pay him to say that. That's how he thinks about his work. And so they're one of those companies that for the last 15 years, top 15 companies in the world in terms of this innovation premium. Final company example, Patagonia, worldwide known, not nearly as big as Amazon, very purposeful. It was started by Yvon Chouinard, a Canadian, French-Canadian. His question decades ago was, how can I make a living without losing my soul? Then he founded this company that makes products for people who love the outdoors like him. The company question was, what kind of organization does a leader build who cares about that tension? Then he hired 15 years ago Rose Marcario as the CEO. Then their question became, how can we operate at net zero impact? Then it moved to, how can we make other people uncomfortable, other companies, so that they'll operate at net zero impact? Then last year, they changed their mission statement to, we are in business to save our home planet. So today their question is, how does your work save our home planet? I was literally at their headquarters when they had had a new employee orientation. Yvonne Chouinard asked every new employee, from cook to a PhD scientist being hired, to a cook in the restaurant, to stand up and say, how does your job help us save our home planet? So from the beginning, it's purpose-driven, question-driven, and that's how they find and solve problems there. And in fact, they think to 2050, what will the world be like and how can we prepare for that? That's how they do it. That's their approach. And so think of your organization just for a moment. Which condition is the hardest for your entire organization to have? Is it modeling? Is it the senior people at the top asking tough questions, being asked tough questions? Is that the hardest part? Is it, do you have a process that could help others ask tough questions? And do you have a purpose that drives this whole reason to ask the question? So that's the question there. Pick one of those as the most challenging. And then we'll see. We'd love to get more of your input. Looks like we're not there. My hunch is the challenges are there, they're existing. What I'd like to do now before a final sort of example or two is honestly answer some of your questions. I'd love to hear what your concerns are, what your insights are. I'm all ears for the next few minutes. Is anyone comfortable asking a question? I'm going to look at some of the questions we've got. One of the questions is, how do I innovate when there's so much fear from investors? Investors tend to push short-term thinking. I was once working with a group of 50 CEOs of privately held companies by a venture capital firm. I think the fear was greatest, frankly, that I've ever felt from those CEOs, from any set of CEOs in the world, because the venture capital company was having extreme demands for performance here and now, so they could get their investment back and then some. So I think that's very real, and I empathize with it. I think the best way to move past that fear is to go back to where we started, having that deep purpose about why we're doing what we're doing, having a deep conviction about delivering value to the customer, that end user, that client, and the process of, frankly, valuing our employees just the same. When we have that kind of conviction, it allows us to live with the fear, but know that we're finding and solving challenges that actually help us move forward. And I don't have it sounds perhaps like a simple solution, but it really is having this challenge-driven leadership approach and asking these tough questions of yourself and others, it's how things move forward. And yes, it's fearful, but having that fearless approach can help this happen. Navigating in the uncertain environment was one of the questions. We are living in this deep level of uncertainty. It's very real. I feel it, you feel it. We all experience enormous losses, some of it quite severe and personal. We've lost one of our grandchildren during this whole COVID process, one who was a young grandchild born and passed away before we ever had the chance to hold him. So we're at the home sort of environment, it's difficult. And at the work environment, it's difficult. And so, yes, we are in this very uncertain world. Take a deep breath, just like I did. I do believe that an example of that question burst, doing that yourself like I do every day, it helps us make a little bit of progress. And at the end of the day, I think all we're really caring about individually and the people we're working with, help me make a little bit of progress today. And so if we can get people centered on what are their challenges, what are their real issues, stay focused on that, ask the better question, give them the autonomy with others to solve those things. It sounds simple, but it's one of the most powerful ways to navigate through this deep uncertainty we're in the middle of. If you don't mind, in these last couple of minutes, I'd like to just share a quick story that I think is related to your world. And it's because it is your world. That compose and wait logic that I talked about earlier, it works for questions, composing these conditions where we can be wrong, uncomfortable, and reflectively quiet, allows other people to join us in asking the better question. Here's some photographs from Nairobi where our daughter lives. Compose and wait. Compose and wait. She lived there for 10 years. A couple of years ago, she got married. This is our daughter, compose and wait. Her husband, compose and wait. Husband on the left, daughter on the right, my wife in the center. They both, her husband and she, have lived in East Africa for 12 years now. Guy, started as a venture capital working in the Congo, and he's stayed in East Africa ever since then. At this point, they actually started a gin making company out of Kenya called Procera. And that company is basically high-end gin. It's made from Kenyan juniper trees with their huge trees and berries. All of the spices come from dozens of countries across Africa. The bottles are handmade there locally. It's Guy's, my daughter and our son-in-law's commitment to that region and to that continent to figure out a way to have a great gin that also represents Africa. Our daughter, 10 years ago, started working in Somalia. She spends half of her week in Somalia each week, doing all sorts of aid and support work for that country. She's come to love the Somali women. One of her ventures right now is trying to engage the Somali women in beekeeping, as many of you may be aware. And she not only does the honey work with them, I never knew how many varieties of honey there were, and the Somali honey is delicious. She's using her connections through this high-end Procera gin in order to also sell their honey at a higher margin throughout the world. And I am just deeply impressed with both of them, their commitment to creating new companies, new value in that new context. And so my final sort of request and ask from myself and all of us in the middle of this 2020 I know we're full of fears, all of us are. Fearless questions come from fearful places. Our role as leaders is to figure out how to harness those fears, focus on the real challenges, engage other people, give them the autonomy to work and solve problems, do it for a reason. And when we do that, we generate incredible value. What our daughter and son-in-law are trying to do is what all of you, I believe, are trying to do. And I wish you, truly wish you, the best of luck and success in that journey in these trying times. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Professor Hal Gregerson. Thank you for that interesting session. Indeed, questions are the answer. It was a really, really insightful session. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
We will now be moving on to the next panel discussion for the day, which is the CEOs in Conversation. I would now be handing you over to Tunji Andrews. Tunji Andrews will be moderating this panel discussion. A little info about Tunji Andrews. Tunji is co-founder at Awaba Nigeria. He is an economist and development expert with over 10 years experience. He is also a financial literacy advocate, macroeconomics top leader, and a renowned media personality. He is actively involved in advocacy for the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics and societal adoption and the use of data. We will now be handing over to Tunji. Hello, Tunji, are you here? To take charge of this conversation. Anti-consensus, lessons from the CCU's on brain. Yes, welcome, Tunji, and over to you.
All right. Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to host this panel, especially because of how awesome this program itself is, and more importantly, the significance it holds at this particular time. The CEO Forum is one that is widely known, but in these times is still very encouraging and inspiring that we're still being able to gather, even though remotely, to still have this conversation. So we're going to be going straight into it, and I'm just going to introduce my panelists, and then we're going to go into the conversations we're going to be having today. The first person is the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Patricia Technologies Limited. He formed the e-commerce and fintech company simply known as Patricia when the person was only 22 and still in the university. Patricia is one of the leading cryptocurrency companies in Nigeria today, serving more than 15,000 customers daily. I'm talking about Hanu Agboje, that's the founder CEO. Just with Hanu, we'll also be having this panel right beside someone who has had his picture on the front of many dailies and a few online blogs and newspaper reports on the new raise, I think $10 million or so. I'm talking about the founder and CEO of Kuda Bank. He has strong expertise in the financial services sector, having previously spent years auditing and advising some of Africa's biggest banks as an engagement manager at PricewaterhouseCoopers. I'm talking about Babs Ogundeyi. He's also going to be joining us for this panel. And I would say that also we have the Chief Operating Officer of Taj Bank. He's the founder and chief operating officer of Taj Bank with his co-founder. They've led to pioneer the team to realize the vision of setting up the second non-interest bank in Nigeria. Jais Bank was the first non-interest bank in the country. I'm talking about Hamid Joda. And we're going to just be going into the conversations right now, but I want to know if they're with us. Is everybody in the room? Babs, are you there?
Babs is here, yes. Sorry.
Yes, awesome. Do we also have Hamid Joda in the room? Hamid, are you there? Okay, let me find out if Anu is here with us. Is Anu in the room?
Can you hear me?
Is that Anu?
Yes, this is me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, but it's very low, so you might want to speak up.
Okay,
also,
sorry. Can you hear me? Sorry, Tunji, can you hear me? Hamid Joda
yes,
here.
I can hear you now. Awesome.
All right, thank
and
you.
Also joining us on this panel, we have the CEO, the co-founder Transbox and the co-founder wakanow.com, Obina Ekezie. Is Obina with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. So we're going to be having this conversation right around some of the issues we're having, and just having because it's a CEO forum, and it won't be a CEO forum without having the CEOs talk to us and have this conversation. So I want to start with Anu. Your company plays in a space that remains esoteric, perhaps even vague, some might say, to many Nigerians. In fact, there are many professionals much about when it comes to the conversations around cryptocurrencies, the new frontier as concerns currencies across the world. I want to ask, what made you go into it? What was the driver? What was at the back of your mind when you thought about, let's create a company that gives better access to trading cryptocurrencies?
Oh, okay. Well, for me, the first question I asked myself was, what great idea is nobody currently building? And the answer happened to be cryptocurrency, because I stumbled on cryptocurrency sometime in 2015, and I found it really fresh and intriguing. And in 2017, I went ahead to found Patricia to attend to the need of Nigerians in Africa across cryptocurrency and Bitcoin.
Are you there? Wow, I think we lost him. Are you still there?
I am.
Okay, yeah, we lost you for a minute there.
Okay, so let me come from the top, right? So I said,
if you can speak louder, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. So I think the first question for me was, I asked myself, what great idea was nobody currently building? And the answer for me was cryptocurrency, because it was really new at the time and it did not have a fraction of the exposure and awareness it had. And I kind of found a holy grail in cryptocurrency. And in 2017, I went ahead to found Patricia to attend to these problems of ushering Africa and Nigeria into the digital age, because I kind of assumed and placed a bet that crypto and Bitcoin would do what the email did to letters. And the world is moving to a more decentralized finance. And crypto is the answer to all of these questions. So that was the reason, and that was why I jumped into cryptocurrency for a start. And since I founded Patricia, it has been really exciting to see the adoption worldwide. As I speak to you, cryptocurrency and Bitcoin is reaching an all-time high in the last 2 years. And as the day goes by, we see the improved adoption of cryptocurrency, and it is basically the money of the future.
Solid. Thank you for that. Babs, let me come to you. I'm actually eager to find out your thoughts about what you, because there are a lot of whispers about, I wouldn't say you, but there's a lot of whispers around Kuda Bank right now. It's, people are beginning to put it in that space of unicorn already, one of the African unicorns. And, especially because in the tech space in Nigeria, we've had just very few companies scale in the level to which you've been able to. You just recently raised $10 million. The other two companies that I would say that quickly scaled would be InterSwitch. It took them a while though, and also Paystack. I want to know how you feel about the recent, the quick uprise. I remember that we had this conversation just around the first time you were doing your media rounds, and we're just talking about your services at that time and talking about the fact that it was free banking. And it seemed like, oh, this new fresh thing. And all of a sudden we're talking about you in the space of you've raised $10 million. How do you feel about this?
Well, first, thanks for having me and giving me the opportunity to speak at this forum with a lot of sort of well-established and distinguished CEOs and founders. I mean, and again, I think I should correct the name of the company just so we don't keep getting in trouble. We're actually legally a microfinance bank. So our official name is Kuda, either just Kuda or Kuda Microfinance Bank. That's the license we have. So, I mean, look, essentially, the whole purpose of why we exist is to make financial services a lot more accessible, a lot more affordable. Not too dissimilar to sort of the mindset that Hanu has with his company. There is definitely a problem, and one of the solutions, I mean, it could be crypto, it could be, a free banking service, it could, but something has to change basically. And I think because there's, a distinct problem, and the problem that we saw was the fact that, financial services wasn't accessible to Africans generally, or as accessible. Half of the world's, underbanked and unbanked are living in Africa. So, we don't have to try and justify, that statement. And then we also believe a big part of why, this access is sort of a problem is also because of price. Banking is not, it's not sort of, like a side gig or, a side shop. It's an expensive operation, and somehow financial institutions still have to make money. So for us, we just thought, if we strip out all the cost of, banking generally, and, save on that, and then improve on the services, leveraging on, strong technology, we would be able to offer a much better service at a lot more affordable price point, which is effectively free, which I'm not sure you can get cheaper than free. So, and it's not like we're not running, sort of like a sort of free model where it's, kind of like Netflix, free for 3 months and then you start paying. Within a certain limit of transactions, our business model is free forever and ever and ever. That's how we've built it. So when people see that, and when customers see that, well, actually, you know what, I can open an account. It's relatively easy. I still have to go through all the KYC and pass all the KYC. And I can transact, I can transfer, I receive a physical card, so potentially, you could be sitting somewhere miles away, stuck in, in a rural area somewhere. If you have access to internet, which a lot of people are starting to have now, everybody's on WhatsApp, for example. I speak to a lot of people that are far away via WhatsApp. So there is internet. Price of phones are coming down. Smartphones are coming down. So that's definitely the future. So when you combine all of these things, it just makes sense that people will gravitate towards it. And we've had a lot of traction with Kuda. And that's why when we had that conversation, it looked like we're just starting. But because there's a really strong product market fit, we have lots of customers, hundreds of thousands of customers in a very short space of time, transacting, hundreds of millions of dollars on a monthly basis. It's only natural that savvy investors would want to get in. I mean, we're going to need significantly more than $10 million to capture the market. $10 million is literally just it's just like the basic of what you need to get going, because and our ambition is not just Nigeria. It's all over the world, really. But wherever you have an African, Kuda needs to be present. So that's why you've seen the track. And just to state as well, I mean, I've gotten a lot of calls. I just need to clarify that this $10 million is for the company, not for me. It's not to me. It's for the company.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
So I'm still as poor as I was before,
Yeah, people will be telling you to do giveaways. Obina, let me come to you. Obina, you've been someone that's fascinated me for a long time. We do know your background. You studied mechanical engineering at the University of Maryland. Then you went on to have a successful MBA career. And I just saw a YouTube video a couple of days ago when Shaquille O'Neal was talking about how he invests and what his thought before was and how his thoughts are now as concerns investing. But you set up Waka Now, which of course, I mean, if anybody's talking about travel, anybody's talking about holiday in Nigeria, Waka Now seems to be the Maggie of travel in Nigeria. It's like, oh, is it another Waka Now? So you've been able to create that, and now you've been able to you've come to reboot with Transbox. I'm trying to understand, and this is the reason why I brought Shaq into it. I'm trying to understand how the thought process is when you came into Waka Now, then you're going into Transbox, and basically how you view business and investments as a general.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm really glad to be on this CEO forum. First of all, congratulations to the previous speakers. I think this is the first time I'm meeting, at least virtually, in person. I think COVID has made it practically impossible to meet people, but I must give kudos to Business Day for bringing together this forum. And congratulations to the rest of the CEOs, because I'm actually quite happy anytime I see this innovation happening in Nigeria. I think is actually a real pleasant, not surprised, but a pleasant feeling for me, because when I came back to Nigeria in 2007 to found Waka Now after I retired from basketball, I didn't see any of this any of this infrastructure that is making all of this possible. Now you have, the reason why a lot of these other CEOs and founders now can do things is because the payment systems are a lot more mature. The banking systems are a lot more mature. Internet is a lot more improved. And all of these things factor in the fact that a lot more innovation can happen. And we're seeing that innovation now just by listening to Kuda Bank and I would say Anu speaking earlier. So for me, it was a problem. I came back to Nigeria in 2004 to try to do a basketball camp, and I tried to book a flight, and I couldn't book a flight online. I couldn't understand why, because when I lived in the US, I lived in the US for many years, and I booked on Expedia, and it was very, very simple process. And at the time, I was playing for the Atlanta Hawks, and I had just started a venture there with a friend of mine then in Atlanta that was a software engineer. And we're trying to build something like kayak.com, which was a meta search platform in the US. So I learned quite a bit about travel, about online. But at the time, obviously, the US market was a lot more mature. You had more online travel companies that were existing, like Expedia, Priceline, that's the one. So they needed to aggregate on this online platform, including the airline websites, to be able to get the best deals. But in Nigeria, we didn't have even any existing online travel company. So when I came back to Nigeria, I saw that opportunity. I said, wow, I needed to do something to solve this particular problem. But the issue then was that there was really nothing on the ground. There was no, InterSwitch was a baby company at that time. Matter of fact, when I walked into InterSwitch, they were selling recharge cards at that time. And I actually went up to Charles Sifedi, who was the guy there, and told him, "You have an online payment gateway?" He said yes, and I said, "Okay, I will pay for it." But he told me it was not yet completed, so we had to work with them in terms of my engineers to work with them to complete that platform and to make it ready for use online. So it was really about problem solving for me. And if you look at it, when you talk about fortunately for me, I was a professional basketball player. I studied mechanical engineering. So I've always been inclined to solving problems. Fortunately, I had a little bit of capital, so I could invest in myself, invest in my vision, including my dad also supported me in that vision because he was based here he's based here in Nigeria. So, and then my partner my co-founder then, Ralph Tamuno, because I didn't live in Nigeria, so I needed a lot of the people that lived here to be able to do the legwork as they have had more network in Nigeria than I did. So it's all about problem solving. If you listen to any of the CEOs here, they identify a problem, they find a solution, and you asked me why I've transitioned now to Transbox. We're living in an age now where COVID has made it absolutely clear that you cannot exist going forward now or before and even in the future without technology. And if you listen to everything that the guys have said here previously, it's all technology driven. And so when I looked at what's going to be the next phase of my business opportunities and companies opportunities I want to create, the first thing I want to do was, first of all, to create a technology company to be able to now develop all the platforms and also solve other issues. And I know pretty soon you will see some of the other things that I'm working on. But there are tremendous opportunities in Nigeria and Africa. A lot of issues that need to be addressed. And I've seen plenty of them. And now that I've been able to, leave Waka now and focus on them, I'm really, really excited about the opportunities that are ahead of us. I'm also the chairman of an insurance company, which is considered Hallmark Insurance. So, so I have some experience in insurance, and so I'm also a former basketball player. So I have some experience in basketball. There are issues that need to be solved around those areas. So I'm excited about the future.
Solid. Thank you very much for that. I want to come to Hamid. It fascinates me, non-interest banking. I've always thought, why did we have more non-interest banks in Nigeria? Especially because, it must be a thing where we have choice. There must be that opportunity for choice because outside whether you want to call it religious beliefs, there are quite a few people who actually prefer that style of banking, basically because it is tied to fiscal assets and things like that. I want to understand, because there must have been some kind of data, there must have been something you were looking at that made you feel Nigeria needed a second non-interest bank, and especially looking at some of the successes as concerns the ventures that Nigeria as a whole. Sukuk is one of the places you want to look at. But I want to know, what kind of data were you looking at, you and your partner, of course? What were you looking at that made you take this model?
Okay, thank you, Tunji. Thank you, Business Day, for inviting us to the panel. I guess I'm the only one wearing a tie, so I hope I'm not the one out. Yeah, okay. Speaking of data, first of all, you want to look at what's happening around the world in respect of non-interest banking. You look at Malaysia, they're running a very successful non-interest banking model. The industry is about 30% non-interest in Malaysia, and the target is to achieve 50% by 2030. We look at the UK, where non-interest banking is also very successful, in Luxembourg, also tremendously successful, and a number of countries around the world where you have similar success rate. Then coming back home, you've talked about the this is the third issuance of the Sukuk by the federal government, and the last issuance recorded about 456% success rate, oversubscription rather. So it just goes to show that the model is actually growing rapidly around the world. And for us, this is the data, or these are the data that we looked at before we took a decision to venture into non-interest banking. And again, in Nigeria, there is a huge gap across several sectors. There are many gaps. First of all, you look at the financial exclusion rate, especially in the North. You have financial exclusion rates of about 60-something%, going into 70% in some areas of the North. And these are people that do run their businesses on a daily basis, but they don't have bank accounts. And the reason for some of them, the reason why they don't have bank accounts is because they are not comfortable with conventional banks for one reason or the other, some religion and what have you. So that's some significant gap. So by and large, you are looking at about 40 million Nigerians without bank accounts. So that's really, really significant. For us, we don't really see it as a challenge. We see it as a significant opportunity. It's an opportunity because if you onboard a lot of those people along in that bracket, people that do run commercial activity on daily basis, but they are looking for a financial partner. If third bank comes into the fray and offers them non-interest banking services, that's quite significant. So the market scope is extremely huge, and there is no institution today in Nigeria that is scratching the surface. That includes even the conventional banks. So that, to me, that is the data that we saw, and we built on that to come up with this idea. Now, non-interest banking is a very exciting value proposition. It gives you a lot of flexibility. For me personally, all my life, I've been in conventional banking, and this is my first year actually in non-interest banking. And it's really, from what I've seen, it's really an exciting model. It gives you a lot of flexibility. There are so many things you can do. First, you can run as a trading entity. What do I mean by trading entity? You can buy and sell. For instance, you can buy vehicles and sell to customers at a markup. So it's a typical trading arrangement that any typical trader would have. What do traders do? They buy, they add their markup, and they sell. So a non-interest bank can do that. So we can also do leasing of services or leasing of products. So that's also another major area that we can play in. Then we can also do equity. So for Kuda, Babs allows us to invest in Kuda, so we can take up equity. So that's also something we can do, which ordinarily the conventional banks cannot do. And then we can also do agency. The bank can also become an agent in transactions. For instance, if an investor is desirous of investing in Nigeria, but perhaps is not familiar with the Nigerian environment, that investor can come in through Taj Bank. Taj Bank would be the agent and supervise that investment and ensure that nothing goes wrong. So the bank can do that. So typically other banks can't do that. And then we can also do bonds and guarantees, which typically conventional banks also do. So generally, we are a bank. We can do any banking activity that any bank can do, but we can do much more, as I've just explained. So Nigeria is a land of opportunity, and we saw a lot of opportunity in non-interest banking, and we saw a huge gap. We saw the desire of people to gravitate from what they are currently getting to non-interest banking model. And that's what motivated us to embark on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I want to come to Babs quickly because Babs, so just in case you know, Babs, if you happen to ever take up that offer, I have a finder's fee because I started the conversation. So Babs, I want to know something. And this is, I recently also ventured into the technology eco space, and I just kind of realized that everybody went into the direction of payment or loans. It's either one of the two. It's either their digital wallets or they're trying to create payments, or then they are creating loans. You decided to go the digital banking method, the digital banking route, which of course isn't something we're entirely used to in this part of the world, but it's you taking on the proverbial elephant. I want to know why you did it, why you didn't go in the ways that seemed normal to everybody, and also why you think people are going in that direction, because it's also important for us to be able to know maybe there's something they are seeing in those two directions that makes it beautiful for everybody to go in those two directions. And also, what did you, I mean, I've already asked it, but I want to still specify again, what made digital banking the go-to for you? What made it, why was it not a better wallet? Why was it not a better payment system? Why was it digital banking? Babs, are you there?
Okay, got it. Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was on mute. I couldn't unmute myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, look, I think every sort of entrepreneur will kind of tackle a problem that they feel maybe one, they can actually provide a solution for. They see a problem and they can get a solution. And typically, that problem is discovered, from personal experiences. So, I've kind of, had good experiences with banking and poor experiences with banking. I've also been fortunate enough to sort of have audited banks generally. I spent most of my career while in employment actually auditing banks. So while I was at PricewaterhouseCoopers. So I had the luxury and the insights to be able to see, at least to be able to take a view on what the issues were. And there are definitely issues. If there were no issues, every single person in the country would have a bank account and everybody would be really happy with the account that they have. Whilst sort of traditional banking, the people that sort of put traditional banking to where it is now, they've done a really good job from where it was many, many years ago. I still remember the time when, my first experience with banking was when I used to go to the bank. It was really hot. It felt like a prison. There were bars, you were like talking to like the cashier, and, there was really no empathy, and then I discovered, then one of the new generation banks, which was, GT Bank, and it was nice. There was air conditioning. There was, everything was really cool. It was really fresh, and that was kind of like moving banking into like great customer service. That was like the revolution at that time, and for me, from all the things I'd seen, I believed that, banking as it is today, there's going to be a shift. It's going to shift towards more digital, because that's the only way you can actually get access to people. You can deliver it. You're not going to be able to open branches in every single corner of the street. So distribution was key, and then it was clear that it was expensive. So there needed to be a new way. And to be honest, I think probably a little bit of naivety
played a part in it. I thought, well, it's actually a simple problem. Don't have branches, distribute via technology, and that's it. Very easy. If I knew what was involved, I wouldn't have touched it with a barge pole. But like, I'm already in it. So, but and I'm glad I was naive, by the way. So yeah, I mean, I basically thought that there was more to do, and there is going to be a shift. If it's not Kuda, if Kuda didn't do this, somebody else would do it at some point. And I really wanted to be sort of the first one or one of the early people to companies to do that, just because I believe that I truly understand, based on my experiences, what is required. And I wanted to be part of those that were shaping sort of literally what I believe is the future of banking, not just in Nigeria, but like all over the world.
I think what you just said about being a little naive is one thing most CEOs share. Because they generally come with the, if I knew it was going to be this difficult, I would have done it. But yes, we're glad for that naivety, because the world is a better place for it. So please, if you have questions, the code to use is hashtag CEOF, CEOF for questions. I'll just ask one more question each of our panelists, and then I can take your questions, and then we can just round it off. We have just about 23 more minutes. I wanted to come to you, Hanu. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes. All right. Solid. So I wanted to hear this. Patricia has not accepted nor sought for external investors. This is pretty interesting, because I mean, really, right now, once you're in a company, I mean, you even find people that have zero traction. They've not done anything. The business is just basically an idea in their head, and they basically don't even have a business plan or anything, or a deck, and they're already trying to raise money. You've not raised money yet. And I want to understand if it's that you feel that the VC funding is not the right fit for your product, or it's just a belief that you have about it, or maybe you have just not gotten around to it yet.
Okay, so with Patricia, it's a little bit different for us, because we have not raised funding because we are making enough money to run the business and to scale the business. Patricia started up literally from a boys' quarter, and we have bootstrapped all the way from a team of 2 persons to a team of 205 employees. We are in 3 continents. We are in 5 countries actively trading, and we have literally been doing the most with what we have. And we would seek VC funding probably in the future, right? But for now, we are doing fantastic. Our growth has been exponential. And let me correct something you said earlier. You mentioned we had 15,000 users. No, we have over 500,000 active users on our platform, and we have been scaling up pretty decently without any sort of funding. Actually, one of my radical goals is to get to $1 trillion valuation bootstrapping. And I'm still fingers crossed on that to see how far we can take it. But so far, we are in an excellent place, I must tell you.
Just between both of us now, nobody else is listening. How did you do it? Just between both of us, trade secrets, just help a brother out.
Just one word I'd use is consistency. I know we get to hear this over time, but when I started Patricia 3 years ago, we just turned 3 a couple of months ago, and myself and my team, we literally worked every day for over a year nonstop. We did not even understand the growth curve. From a boys' quarter, we went to a 3-bedroom apartment, we went to a 5-bedroom. Now we currently occupy a 5-story building in Lekki, and we are still moving strong. So it's the culture at Patricia is to do the most. Each milestones end with the day before. So we keep on beating our milestones. We push ourselves to the limits, and we set ridiculously high goals, and somehow we managed to meet these goals. It's almost like a miracle, but we somehow managed to meet these goals, and we basically do the most, Patricia.
Solid. Thank you very much for that. I would take those. I would take those in. Hamid, I want to ask about your agent banking network. You seem to be relying heavily on the agent banking network, and you are spreading quite fast. I'm trying to understand what drove this choice, what informed the choice. Especially because I know that, I mean, from the top of my head, it sounds like it's cheaper. It sounds closer also to the people. It also feels like a bigger, better fit for financial inclusion. Those are just my thoughts. But what drove you to have an extensive agent banking network?
Okay, thank you for that question, Tunji. As you rightly said, agency banking is more like a shortcut to reaching out to the customer. And you know very well that brick and mortar banking is on the decline. There is less emphasis on brick and mortar and more emphasis on digital banking. And agency banking is just one of the tools that we have deployed into the market to aid us in our financial inclusion drive. Now, as of today, as I speak, we have 2,506 agents scattered across the length and breadth of our regions coverage. As of today, we are in the northwest and northeast regions of Nigeria, and in all the local governments of the regions, we have at least a minimum of 3 agents. In the city centers, we have more. Like in the FCT, we have more agents. So what do the agents do? The agents function more like mini branches. They open accounts for customers. They issue ATM cards. They do cash in, they do cash out. And just typically, they are just branches. So it means that as I speak, if you take out our brick and mortar branches, which is about 5 in number, we have 2,506 mini branches. And we are still growing that foothold across the north. So we are hoping that in the next 3 months, we should have 5,000 agents across the north, and then the number would keep growing. And then we would then begin to expand to other parts of Nigeria. So, like I said, agency banking is a shortcut. Agency banking has reduced our cost. The capital outlay is not very significant compared to if we were to build a brick and mortar branch. So that's a very, very important point to consider. So generally, it's been a very successful outing, and we hope to consolidate on that and grow bigger as the months go by.
I mean, I'm just hearing about your spread, and I'm thinking I need to come and speak with you in camera, because I need to piggyback off that agent network. But yeah, this is not the forum.
All right, you're welcome.
Obina, let's talk. I want us to learn something from you. I saw that in 2018, the Cow Group invested about $40 million in Waka Now. Some people would say it didn't actually turn out as everybody would have expected. Looking back at it now, and I mean looking at the entire experience, what are you wiser about it now? What can you tell? So let's say someone like me, I'm trying to raise money, obviously not $40 million, but if I'm trying to raise money, what kind of lessons would you think I should be looking out for? What do you think I should do better?
Interesting question. This answer requires some, what I would say, structural also issues that are also fundamental in the Nigerian market. When I came into Nigeria in 2007, I think when we started Wakanao, we raised our first capital at one. I think the naira at that time was about 120 to a dollar. And as of 2018, with the devaluation of the currency, it was now at 360 or 380, depending on what the exchange rate was at that time. So you can tell in about 10 years, you have a devaluation of the currency of about more than probably about 300%. And then you have Nigerian companies, raising money in US dollar. There's a fundamental problem with that, because any day your revenues, if your revenues are in naira, then you have a real problem. Despite all the issues and the noise that has been going on in the media and everything about reinvestment and all of that, I had quite a bit of time to think about how all of this transpired. Wakanao and any other Nigerian company, if you look at most of these Nigerian companies, they're going to do well in terms of revenues. The problem is not with revenues. The problem is not with opportunities. But the issue is that on the fundamental structure of which the Nigerian monetary system works, in terms of how you raise money, you get money from a foreign investor, you get what they call a certificate of capital importation. And that is now converted, that the private equity firm or the very investor receives that as proof that they have brought in foreign exchange or foreign investment to Nigeria. And then the CBN or the bank gives you naira. But then when you're looking to exit them, or if there's an exit opportunity, or even when your operations are happening, some of the times you're not even able to access dollars at the official exchange rate. So operationally, you're left out as a Nigerian company to go source your dollar probably from the power markets at higher exchange rates. So the fact that you even bringing money as an investment into Nigeria is not particularly to an advantage for a Nigerian company. Then, well, the point of exiting, the value of the naira at the time when you got the investment is much lower than when you will be exiting your investor. So you have these things moving against you. So you ask yourself, this particular issue is solved, want to protect the investors, because at the end of the day, I'm not opposed to foreign investment in Nigeria, but the fundamentals have to change, because at the end of the day, if the Central Bank of Nigeria is to encourage foreign investment in Nigeria, then this fundamental issue must be addressed. Because another alternative is also to provide local currency investment funds that can match the requirement for local investment. Because unless that issue is fundamentally solved, then you're going to have the issues of what happened in Wakanao, you're going to have the issues of what happened in what's currently happening in Health Plus and the rest of them. All those things come down to commercial situations sometimes, aside from other issues that may arise, but not. But I would focus more on the fundamental issue of investing in Nigeria. So I would like to for the young man, Kuda, please, what's your name? I'm sorry.
Babs.
Babs.
Yeah.
So you just raised money. I'm very happy for you. Very glad for you. I'm very glad for a lot of the other Nigerian CEOs that have raised money. But these are issues that you have to deal with, because when you're going to return that money, unless you have dollar revenues, you're going to have a challenge. So something you have to start to think about and how to address as you go forward. But I would really encourage the Nigerian, the Central Bank of Nigeria to address this particular issue, because it's a very, really serious issue, and it's causing a lot of tension between the foreign investors and entrepreneurs. And that is something that has to be addressed.
Thank you very much for that. That is timeless advice, really, because of course I do remember that what's their name? Tisalat also ran into some similar waters too at a certain point, and at the end of the day, they just had to exit because it was very difficult to pay in the new exchange rate. So please, if you have questions, do ask now. We'll be taking questions from the audience. Please do ask your questions for the panelists. Use the hashtag CEOF, CEOF, hashtag CEOF, and we can just take your questions right now. So we have one from question already. What is the key constraints to financial inclusion in Nigeria, and what are your recommendations for achieving broader financial access? I think, Ahmed, this is for you, because I mean, you're one of the drivers of this financial inclusion discussion. What do you think?
Okay. First of all, I would say that the problem is that a lot of the banks in Nigeria are mainly focused on the high-end strata of the market, and not really on financial inclusion, perhaps because of the belief that financial inclusion or banking people at the lower end of the income bracket is not very profitable. So people at that level have been largely ignored. I think that is one major problem. Second is the reach. If you look at banking in Nigeria, you only have branches in state capitals, and we have 774 local governments. Now, outside these state capitals, you seldom find banks or bank branches in those local governments. That's another major problem. So even if people want to open accounts or do banking business, there is no bank close to them, so they end up keeping their funds at home and all of that. That's second, and that speaks to the first issue I've raised, which is the lack of serious attention to the opportunities, I would say, in financial inclusion. But that is changing because the world is also changing. You have a lot of digital tools now that have made it easy for customers to on board or to have bank accounts. You have a digital wallet, you have the agency banking infrastructure. Remember I told you about the agency infrastructure that we have in all the local governments, at least a minimum of 3, and we are hoping to increase that number to a minimum of 6 by the end of first quarter of next year. So that narrative would begin to change. You would begin to see that people would approach agents and open accounts and do their normal banking businesses. So I believe that the future is very bright in terms of financial inclusion. Then if you look at the CBN data, you would also see that the financial exclusion rate has been on the downward trend because the central bank has also been quite aggressive in terms of creating that publicity and also encouraging banks to come into the financial inclusion space to bank the unbanked. And finally, the banks are changing these days. Well, the mindset rather of banks is changing. They're believing high-end transactions coming down to the lower end of the strata to bank people. You see bank asking people to open accounts with zero naira, and that's a strategy aimed at encouraging people to come on board. So I think with all these things that I've said, I believe that the future is very bright for the financially excluded in Nigeria. And very soon
Sorry to hear that. Ahmed, there are more questions for you, but I'll come back to you. It seems everybody wants to know more about non-interest banking, but I wanted to quickly find out from Anu. Anu, there's a question for you here saying, I've seen it. It says, what do you think the future of alternative currency beyond Bitcoin will look like? Bitcoin seems to be the poster boy today. What do you think the future is? I think the question is, the person probably feels Bitcoin is the MySpace of currencies. So what is the Facebook? What is the Twitter?
Well, to rephrase, Bitcoin is the Facebook of currencies, because Bitcoin is the mother of all cryptocurrencies. And there's always a trend. Once Bitcoin begins to rally up, have a bull run, other altcoins begin to follow. So the future of other alternative cryptocurrencies, it falls largely on how they are built and what their use cases are, because with cryptocurrency, it's kind of really dicey. Let me give you an example. It's kind of like how we have superheroes. We have Superman, we have Batman, we have Spider-Man. They're all superheroes, but they all have different superpowers, right? So same thing applies to cryptocurrency. We have Bitcoin, which was built to be a store of value. We have Litecoin, which was built to be a faster Bitcoin, kind of like Flash. We have Monero, which was built to be to be anonymous. So it depends on the use cases and the technology that these cryptocurrencies were built on, and that will determine how far they will go based off the adoption of it. And Bitcoin is the most popular cryptocurrency. So once anybody thinks of cryptocurrency, they think of Bitcoin, and that's why you consistently see Bitcoin being in the news and the blogs, and Bitcoin always having a bull run.
Solid. Thank you for that. Hamid, sorry, coming back to you. Lots of questions. Somebody's asking that non-interest business, how do you sustain it? How do you make money? Basically, I'm sure that's what the person is trying to ask. That if you're not charging interest, then how do you make money? Then this person is saying that can you maintain commercially viable bank branches in rural areas? And secondly, what is the role of telcos in financial inclusion?
Okay, thank you. I think the first question is how do we make money?
Well,
remember I told you in the beginning that the model is more of a trade-based model. So typically is to ask the question, how do traders make money? Traders make money through buying and selling, and that's what we do. Let's assume, Tunji, you want to buy a car, and that car costs 1 million naira. So what we do is we buy that car at 1 million naira, and we tell you, okay, our markup is 100,000 naira. That's our profit. So it comes to you at 1.1 million naira, and then we spread the payment for you over 2 years, 3 years, or a year, and you pay us back. So that markup is how we make money. Now, the fundamental difference between a non-interest bank and a typical conventional bank is interest, because for us, at the end of the maturity, the interest does not compound. There is no interest. So for a conventional bank, yes, for a conventional bank, at maturity, interest continues to compound. Now, that doesn't happen under a non-interest model. So for us, as I've said before, it's more of a markup rather than interest. So we buy, we sell. That's one. And then secondly, we also do equity investments as I've mentioned in the beginning. We invest in businesses, in viable businesses, and we share the profit or share the loss. Even though my friend Hadu says he's not inviting co-investors, but
he says not yet. Oh, not yet.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's on a lighter note. But at the end of the day, if you have a good value proposition and we believe in it, we like it, we could invest in it. And at the end of the day, we make the profit, and we share in accordance with the agreements that we have. And then we also do bonds and guarantees. When you do bonds and guarantees, you charge fees, and you make a spread. And even on the leasing arrangement, we lease. Let's assume you have a manufacturing company. You are a manufacturer. You need to buy an equipment. We could buy that equipment for you and build in our markup into that equipment and lease it out to you for a given period of time based on the agreement that we have. So typically that's how a non-interest bank makes money. Now the question on whether or not bank branches are viable.
Sorry, Amit, we have run out of time. We're supposed to end this at this particular time. I apologize for that, but there are questions pouring in now. But I just want to thank every single person that has joined the panel. I want to thank, in no particular order, the founder CEO of Kuda Bank, Babs Ogudeyi. Babs, I still say, once you go and see Amit, if you do go and see Amit, just remember finance comes to me. I want to also thank Amit Joda for being with us on this panel. He is the founder and CEO at Attach Bank. Thank you very much for joining us. Anu Agboje is also here, CEO of Patricia Technologies. He's not raised capital. He's not raised money from core investors yet. He might do it in the future. He's looking to go for a $1 trillion valuation. Before he does that, let's see how that works. And want to thank the experience of Obina Ekeze. His just few words has been very valuable, especially to everybody that has been on this panel, especially me. So I've been able to learn quite a lot. I want to thank every single person that was that is in the room. I want to also thank Business Day for still continuing to do this despite the challenging times we're in. We thank you very, very much for doing this, and my deepest appreciation for allowing me host this very prestigious panel. Thank you very much. My name is Tunji Andrews.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hanu, in case you have a change of mind, I'm here. All right. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone, for that very interesting and engaging panel discussion. We want to say a big thank you to the moderator, Tunji Andrews, as well as the participants on that panel, Mr. Fejiro Agboje, Hamid Joda, Obina Ekeze, and Babs Ogundeyi. Thank you so very much. We will now be moving to the next panel session in the next minutes. Instructions have been shared with everyone to move to the breakout session. So we are going into a breakout session between 2:35 and 3:25 p.m. The link for the breakout session has been shared with everyone. We would require that if you're not able to migrate easily, you can consider upgrading your Zoom application. The session starts now, and in a minute, you will have the opportunity to move to your designated or preferred breakout session. Two sessions are going to be taking place. We have Profit 10s, Why Impact Investing Isn't an Oxymoron. And then we have Breakout Session 2, When the Shortest Distance Isn't a Straight Line, Takeaways from CEOs Who Reinvented Their Business Models. I will be handing over to the moderators in the next 30 seconds. The moderator of the first breakout session is Lele Balde. She's the editor of the Business Day Weekender, while the moderator of the second session is Dr. Ogo Okiti. He's the managing director of Business Day Media Limited. We will be displaying the instructions now on the live screen to guide everyone. Thank you. afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying connected to the Business Day CEO Forum. We are now in the last panel discussion for today. As everyone is gradually coming back to the main Zoom room, I will just be going over the details of the last panel discussion we have for today. So the moderator for this panel is Ms. Ivana Osage. Ms. Ivana Osage is the founder of the Professional Women's Roundtable. I would quickly be introducing the moderator for the last panel discussion of the day, and she will be taking over from here. The panel conversation is the panel on women, leadership and power, building tomorrow today, and it's going to be moderated by Ms. Ivana Osage. Ivana is the founder and convener of the Professional Women's Roundtable, a nonprofit focused on building female leadership capacity and accelerating gender parity towards achieving the UN SDG 5. The Professional Women's Roundtable was set up in 2013. Over to you, Ms. Osage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rolly. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session on women leadership and power, building tomorrow today, which is part of the 12th annual Business Day CEO Forum, brought to you by Business Day Media, the leading medium for up-to-date news and insightful analysis of business, policy, and the economy in Nigeria. My name is Ivana Osage. I'm the founder of the Professional Women Roundtable, a female leadership, career development, and gender diversity consulting practice which operates across Africa. I'm delighted to have with me today an august selection of panelists for this segment. I'd like to introduce them in no particular order. We have Abimbola Akeredolu, SAN, a partner at Banwan Ighodalo. Next, and you will notice we have a tie on the name Abimbola, we have Otumba Abimbola Ogunbanjo, President, National Council of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. We also have Dr. Maima Bello Osage, Partner Emeritus of Council Udo Udoma and Bello Osage. And we have Bolaji Balogun, CEO, Chapel Hill, Denham. Welcome to you all. Welcome also to you, our distinguished audience, without whom we would not be here today. Now let's get down to the business of the day. I'd like to set the scene for this conversation by providing a little bit of context. We'll start with the data, because data is universal and data holds no opinions. So we looked at the top 20 companies by market capitalization on the stock exchange, and we found out that they're all led by male CEOs. Why is that so? You have to forgive me, I do have a tendency to ask questions, to question the status quo. And today, of course, is all about questions. Questions are the answer. The picture that I have painted is only marginally different when we look in other parts of the world. In fact, globally, we are told that only 5% of CEOs are women. In the US, 7% of Fortune 500 companies are women. In the UK, 5% of the FTSE 350 companies have female CEOs. And yet research by the Pipeline, which is a leading diversity and inclusion specialist out of the UK, revealed that companies with more than 33% of women in executive management achieved 15% net profit margins compared to 1.5% margin at companies where there was no female representation in executive management. So the question really is, how do we ensure that companies in Nigeria leverage female talent in the C-suite so that they create greater value for their stakeholders, including their shareholders? That is what this session is all about. In our quest for answers today, we're going to explore a number of themes. For starters, is there a difference between the way men and women show up as leaders? Why do we have this huge imbalance at the top of the companies in Nigeria? And why may we want to redress this imbalance? What new actionable tactics and strategies can we adopt to achieve this objective? What roles can we as individuals play to redefine normal and change the status quo? I'd like to address my first question to Abimbola Akeredolu. My question is, are there differences in the way men and women lead and exercise power? For instance, what are your views on the notions of masculine and feminine leadership? And I'm starting with Abimbola Akeredolu.
Thank you very much. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much, Ivana. Yes. Is there or are there differences in the way men and women approach leadership and exercise power? Like I've said, I think to you, I'm not given to fixed generalizations or stereotypes. So there are strong men and there are strong women. Because of the differences in their genders, yes, there probably is generally a difference in the way they approach leadership and exercise power. But I'm of the view that your basic personality, whether as a woman or a man, will affect the way you lead and exercise power. And I refer to what I call the Gaussian curve. There are no absolutes in nature. So the Gaussian curve is the bell curve. You have people who would go crazy with power, just as you have people who would not even know how to exercise power. And I'm of the view that across the genders, it applies equally. But generally, a woman would probably approach leadership and exercise power the way nature has endowed her. Generally, I'm not saying in every case. Generally, you would find that a woman would approach it with what we would call a more human face and with more empathy. So you would find more women exercising power and leadership with more empathy, with a more gentle approach than a man would. I mean, typically you would have more men who would say, look, the job needs to get done. I don't care if you're sick. Look, you're not sick when you're collecting your salary. Please get this done. A woman would probably help you think it through. Why don't you go to the hospital, take your medicine, then come back and try and see if you can do it or get someone else to do it. That's what you would have generally. But like I said, we mustn't be given to stereotypes because these things that women would absolutely go crazy with power. So we must not generalize. But like I said, because of their genders, they probably typically would approach leadership and exercise power differently. But women are more given to empathy. That is not to say you will not have men who will be empathic, just the way a woman would be. But in the Gaussian curve, you'll find more men who would be arrogant, lacking in empathy, cold, and very authoritarian. That's not to say there are not women who would do the same thing, but you probably find more men who would act that way than women with leadership and exercise of power.
Thank you. I would like to direct the same question now to Abimbola Ogunbanjo. Is he here? Okay, he's here, but I think he might be muted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to join this panel discussion around the theme women, leadership, and power. Very interesting and thought-provoking theme, I must say. But before I delve into responding to your questions, I'd like to preface my submissions with a caveat, which is really derived from years of experience, which is that when discussing on, with, or about women, you must always have your facts absolutely spot on. Otherwise, you risk being taken to the cleaners, more so when you're surrounded by two very astute female lawyers. Thankfully, I've taken some time to do some research around the theme of today's conversation. So I'll be speaking authoritatively and without fear of contradiction. To your question at hand, are there any differences in the way men and women lead and exercise power? I think that if you look at the way men lead, you will find that they lead in the same way that they operate naturally in their habitat. Men are born to go to be hunters, to protect their homes, to bring food for their families. So you find that they lead with some element of bravado, some element of force, and they do not have the same element of empathy that women would seem to have from the way they operate by their natural habitat. So you'll find that the male leaders tend to have a bit more aggression in their way of their leadership style. But I think that generally speaking, you'll find that the notion masculine and feminine leadership, there's an expectation when you see a female CEO, the way you expect her to react to certain situations. And you'll find that that female CEO is meant to have more empathy and be a bit more gentle with regards to her subordinates. You find that is what I find generally around that issue, around that topic. Thank you.
You need to unmute yourself.
Oh, didn't I speak?
Not you, Ivana.
Ivana, yes. All right, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. So one word that both of our panelists have used so far is the word empathy. How important do we think empathy might be in leadership? Particularly today, we're told the people who are experts in the future of work that the leadership style that is required in the new world is more empathetic, more collaborative, you know, all of those softer attributes. Also, when you think about the challenges we have faced with COVID, I mean, it seems glaring to me that we need a lot more empathy. Do you think that in the new world post-COVID, that empathy will play a larger role? And how do you think this will affect the dynamics of male and female leadership in the new world? I'm going to direct that question to Bolaji Balogun.
Yep. I do apologize. I was speaking to myself. Thank you very, very much, Ivana. I'm really delighted, you know, to be on, you know, on this exciting panel. And when I think about, you know, the other members of this panel, I really wonder why, you know, I'm so fortunate to be in their midst. I think the first thing that I will say to you is that, you know, whether we like it or not, all leaders, whether in business or even in the public sector, when you live, in a country where first and foremost, there is so much need around you, there are so many deficits around you, whether you like it or not, you must lead, all organizations in an empathetic way. And that's not only about, female leaders of businesses, but I think it's important for all leaders of businesses. And what is quite apparent is that we also live in a marketplace where the government increasingly is less and less, a factor in terms of its wallet, in terms of its ability to change things. And therefore, private sector businesses almost need to play a significant leadership role. Is gender inclusivity empathy? Not at all. It's just pure common sense, and it's economic logic. And the first, principle behind that, first and foremost, even before all of the empirical evidence, that you and I have about, the contributions, the value of having, women in significant leadership positions. It's just economic reality that this is 51%, of your population. So if you're running, a country, and you're running a business, and you decide in your own wisdom that it probably makes sense, to leave about half of your workforce behind, then to a large extent, it's like a man or a woman trying to run a race, with one hand and one leg tied behind them. So there's a common sense imperative first and foremost, and there's a logical, economic, rational imperative, and it's not just about empathy.
Thank you very much, Bolaji. So, Bolaji tells us that it's common sense and it makes economic sense. So the question then is, you can't help asking really, why do we then still have this huge gender imbalance in leadership in these larger organizations? Why don't we, for instance, have more women sitting at the top of these companies? So I talked about the top 20 companies by market cap on the exchange all have male CEOs. Why do you think that that is the case? I'd like to address this first to Dr. Bello Sagi.
Good afternoon, everybody, and my thanks to Ivana and to Business Day for inviting me to join this. Bolaji has pointed out that this is an important issue, and I will add to his comment by saying that it's an important issue for the country because economically, most countries grow on the backs of their businesses. So if the businesses are operating in effect at half strength because the competence of the entire country is not being used, you are already at a disadvantage as far as the economy is concerned. So it's a real problem. But coming back to your question about why not, that's indeed the question, isn't it? I think part of the problem is because historically we have, at least in the formal corporate world, had CEOs that have been male for a very long time. They tend to look to their own. They recognize things in others who look like them, and they don't necessarily understand the value that a female perspective can bring to their organizations. So you have that problem of having businesses that are dominated by males that have been done so for many years. You have the additional difficulty that the stereotypical leadership qualities, as we've heard, are often very male. You know, when you think of a leader, you tend to think of somebody who is sort of strong and aggressive and can kind of shout at appropriate moments and so on and so forth. Empathy has been mentioned, but actually what I think females bring more, apart from empathy, is collaboration. I think the style for most females is one of collaboration. How do we get everybody to work on the same page? So empathy, I think, yes, female executives bring, but they also have the ability to bring teams together. And it's those teams that we are seeing more and more that are needed to make organizations grow and to expand their businesses. I think if one is being slightly mischievous, part of the problem is some men find women threatening, and that's another reason why they don't encourage C-suite females. That's a little bit of a problem. And realistically, if we're being honest, it is women who have to carry the burden of families and children and so on and so forth. And therefore, the time that they can spend doing their businesses tends to be somewhat affected by this. That said, I think you'll find women will make sure that they compensate for whatever time that they need to spend looking after their families. But it is a reality. And therefore, what one needs more and more is female-friendly or gender-balanced organizations that allow for families to be considered as one is looking through the work that they need to do. And I think the final comment I'll make is that gender bias is often very unconscious. So it's not very deliberate on the part of men, but it's just something that they haven't really thought about in any true sense of the word. So I think that it's important that they very consciously make an effort to address this problem for the future.
Thank you very much,
Dr.
Thank you. Thank you for that very insightful contribution. Before I go on to the next question, I'd like to invite Otumba Ogumbanjo to say a few words about this. I'd like to know what his views are on the reason why we have this major imbalance.
Thank you, Ivana. Thank you, Ivana. I'd like to take a different position, actually, around that. Obviously, I think there are a myriad of reasons. I think there are obviously a myriad of reasons that may account for not having many women at C-suite level, ranging from cultural to a male-dominated board. But I think one of the key reasons that we're yet to see that rapid ascension of women into leadership positions, particularly in Nigeria, I would say Africa, is the lack of sponsorship by women for women, you know, in the Nigerian business environment. I would like to know how many women generally lift other women out of that lower rung of the executive and lift them up. So you find that this is, you know, obviously due to a lack of powerful sponsors demanding and ensuring that they get these stepping stone jobs. So you find that if you don't have sponsors, you're probably not getting, or you're not going to get that required visibility, no matter how competent you are. Again, you'll see that the number of women in the boardroom isn't increasing as quickly as it ought to be, because there seems to be, from my perception, from my viewpoint anyway, there seems to be a recycling of the same crop of experienced women, boardroom women gurus, getting recycled over and over again. So you're not getting a new crop, a younger crop, getting into those positions which they ought to fill. Obviously, I also find that women generally are not likely to put forward another female candidate if they don't feel that woman is qualified for the task. Whereas, on the contrary, you're finding that men take a different position, and they do that. On the other hand, I would hesitate to mention a controversial view, which is that women also ascend to the top and revel in being the center of attention, which men don't have that issue. I have to say that men don't have that issue. Again, it's a controversial view, but I think that is one of the reasons that you're not seeing women, getting to the top as fast as they should do. Again, you have a number of women associations, and I'm not sure how much effort or support they do in reality in supporting the generality of women in general, as opposed to a select few women. I think it's important to also highlight that this challenge is not unique to Nigeria. Only 15 of the FTSE 100 companies have female executive directors on their board. As of May 2020, only 3 FTSE 100 companies had more than 3 or more women on their boards. So it's not unique to Nigeria. But I also think that, the almost exclusively male boards like to recruit in their own image. So they continue to recruit men like themselves. And also you find that women at the level below board do not tend to be as well networked as their male peers. So they're not on the same track. And I think that may account for why they're not in that same level when it comes to C-suite existence. So again, I may say that women tend to opt out of corporate life temporarily to have children. The corporate world is very bad at welcoming them back when they return. That's a fact. It's a fact of life. It's a fact in the corporate world. You tend to find that most talented women have become fed up with the status quo, and they've opted out of the traditional career path, preferring to... Hello? Hello?
I think you're back.
Yeah, okay. Let me round up on that point. Maybe there's some... Let me round up on that point.
Thank you very much, Timba. So what we have heard so far is that some of the factors that are responsible for hindering women from rising to the C-suite are lack of sponsorship, and Otumba specifically talked about lack of sponsorship by fellow women. Dr. Bello Sage told us that sometimes the men feel a bit threatened by the women. Women also have family responsibilities, and when they do take time off to, for instance, have a family, they find they struggle. They don't welcome very warmly when they try to return to the workforce. Women also, it sounds like, are not as forthcoming as the men are. So before we start to look at the solutions to some of these challenges, I have one more in this line of questioning. When women do show up as leaders and when they seek to exercise power, do you think they experience any peculiar challenges? Do you think that a woman exercising power is received in the same way that a man is exercising the same power? I'd like to address that first to Mr. Balogun, Bolaji Balogun, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ivana. And I really think it's all about, the environment, that, is, and the background in which, that is, to a large extent sitting. And I do think when we speak about this whole area, one word that, we all haven't used this afternoon, but which, I would really like to be a big takeaway from this conversation is intentionality. And I think that if we are going to substantially shift, the digits and to shift the numbers, on gender participation, at, the highest leadership levels, we are going to have to take a very, very intentional approach, as a country, as businesses, in our public life, and as people. And I think it starts, first and foremost from recognizing that, whether we like it or not, we are probably going to have to create, a raft of, government policies, and legislation, that actually promotes and insist on female participation in the economy. we are going to have to consider, whether we like it or not, principles like affirmative procurement. Yeah. Businesses, whether they like it or not, especially in the private sector, are going to have to think more and more, if they're not already doing so, about creating gender inclusive workplaces, whether it's around, things like flexi time, or, thank God, COVID has now taught all of us about working from home. And I'm hoping that post-COVID, this will be a reality, rather than an exception. Men and women are going to have to focus on collaborative mentorship. Otumba Ogunbanjo described it as sponsorship, and Maima has also touched on this point. I think the reality, is that, everyone, will need to work on not only ensuring first and foremost that when you open a door for a woman, you also keep it open, for other women to come through that door. And I think this is really very, very fundamental. And our own experience in our own business, quite frankly, is that unless you're really, really intentional about this, first and foremost, you cannot position women in that pipeline where they're already, significantly involved in exercising power and in governance roles. And that pipeline and that preparation is essential, but it's also really key to recognize that, in decision making, there is no difference. I like, all the empirical evidence that suggests that, having female leaders, sometimes might lead to, for example, in financial institutions, less risk taking. But the reality of it is, I actually think that in itself, is a slightly jaundiced, perspective, and in itself, is a bit of discrimination. I see no leadership, differences, and that's the reason why, as a business, we've been very, very intentional about what we do. So we start off, for example, in our business by insisting that more than 50% of who we recruit are female. We build the pipelines for ensuring that more than 50% of our leadership team will be female. I'm very proud today that in a firm where we have 5 managing directors, 2 are female, and at one time, a majority of our managing directors were female. 3 out of 5 of our subsidiaries are run by women. And when you're intentional about it, right, then you will get the right results. And then people will start to, see less and less of these differences. And in the same way, when you get to places, you also have to be quite intentional about it. So I had the benefit of being asked to chair the board of a public company some 5 years ago. And when I had to sit, with the major shareholder in that company to set an agenda for the next 5 years, I was quite insistent that one of the things that I wanted to do, right, was to increase gender participation at the board and across the management of the business. And one of the things that we focused on was not going to chase the typical, list of women that everybody uses across boards in Nigeria, but actually to find a fresh crop of women who had never held such high-profile board positions. And I'm really, really pleased to say that today, out of 11 board seats in that company, I've subsequently left that board a few months ago. 4 are held by women, and it must be one of the companies that comes out very, very strongly in the research that you've done on the stock exchange.
Thank you very much, Balaji. Indeed, it was. Lafarge was actually the 3rd in our ranking of the number of the companies who had the largest number of women on the board. So well done to that. I like what you said. It's important to build inclusive workspaces that are conducive for both men and women. I'd also like to make a point that, when we talk about this, we're talking about how businesses can leverage female talent. But the other way to look at this is that we want to ensure that we have gender balance, because today there's a lot of support for women because women are, underutilized, if you like, today. With all the support there is for women, it's quite likely that the women may start to overtake the men. And if we don't put policies in place to ensure that we have gender balance, so we talk about, for instance, no one gender should exceed maybe 40 or 50 or 60%, we may get to the stage where actually we tip over in favor of women and we find that the men are put at a disadvantage. So it's very important actually that the men also come on board and work with us. It has to be a collaboration between men and women. It's not a battle of the sexes. It's very important that the men and women collaborate to make this happen, because ultimately it's a win-win for men and women, for the larger society and for the economy as a whole. So thank you very much for that, Bolaji, and well done. Dr. Bello Sage, perhaps you would also like to share with us, I know that your firm, Udo Doma Bello Sage, has been very intentional about building gender balance and a conducive space for men and women. Would you like to share some of the measures you have taken and maybe some of the results that you have seen?
Yes, UUBO has been very intentional, very deliberate actually about its thinking on this. And the point you made is one that we believe in very strongly, that there should be gender balance and there should be as much inclusivity as possible. I'm sorry, I'm having a little issue with my screen, which is why I keep touching it. Over the years, we currently have 15 partners, and I believe at the moment we have 8 female partners and 7 male partners. Of course, with the males in full pursuit of achieving a similar number. But that isn't sufficient. I think we also have a pretty close balance within our associate pool. So it's not just at the top, it is also within our associates. And the thinking is that we should be able to train all of our associates in exactly the same way, so that any of them can have the perception that they can one day make partner within the law firm. And the reasons for that are obvious. That diversity of thought and ability is one that gives Udo Doma and Co. and Bello Sage its strength. It's something that I think that we would like to ensure carries across the wider society. So to the extent that we are often held up as an example and as proving a point, I'm very glad that that is the case.
Thank you very much. So what you're doing is you're intervening across, if you like, the value chain, and that will help you to build a pipeline. When you have a pipeline, then you have people who are ready to transition from entry level to middle management and ultimately to the C-suite. So we have to be very intentional, and we have to do the work at different levels of the organization. We don't just focus our efforts at the top, but we go all the way down so that we have a pipeline. I'd like to invite our audience to put their questions forward. You can use the hashtag CEOF on Slido, and then we'll be able to take your questions. I'd like to explore something else that we have touched on. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Today, the men are the decision makers, they are the gatekeepers. I'd like to talk to our men. What can men do to help women to make the transition from entry level to middle management and ultimately to the C-suite? I'd like to first ask this question to Otumba Ogumbanjo. What can men actually do to help us women? I mean, we're all partners in progress.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Well, I will speak, I will respond, let me say, I'll respond to that question as a chair of a frontline regulator, a self-regulatory organization, which is the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and to say that the exchange plays its part extremely well in leading the efforts at promoting gender parity across its ecosystem through a variety of initiatives. And I'll speak to some of those initiatives, some of those actions that we've implemented. So, for example, we've made progress in increasing female participation within our operations. We have a 1-to-1 ratio across members of staff and female representation of 27% on council, which is the highest level attained in the history of the exchange. While these statistics show progress, the NSC is still at a very advanced stage of its demutualization process. And of course, if you know anything about the demutualization process, you know we're going into a holdco. And the governance structure is expected to change significantly with an increased number of women, again, taking up board positions across the demutualized.
I think he's frozen. Hopefully he'll come back. All right, I think we've lost him. I'm sure he'll join us again. While we wait for him to join us, I would like to talk to Abimbola Akeredolu. Power is never given, it is taken. What steps can women take to take power for themselves? We've talked about how the men can help us, but as women, how can we take power instead of waiting for it to be given to us? What are your views on that? Perhaps the host would like to help. Oh,
yes, they've done. Thank you. Power is never given, it has to be taken. I mean, maybe I'll wax philosophical a bit here. Nobody gives up an advantage. In any race on the face of the earth, very few people. Maybe people like Bolaji perhaps give up their advantage, but not many people give up an advantage. And my philosophy of this is the men from the prehistoric and primordial times had the advantage of knowing the terrain, and nature dealt the woman a shorthand by making her the nurturer and the carrier of life. So her terrain was the home, and she became a master of that. The man was the hunter, providing food. He was the master of that. So he knew the terrain better. Society has since changed, become more developed and everything. And the woman finds that I can play this terrain as well. And she's now come out. But the men have the advantage. So except, I think it was Bolaji who said, that you have to be deliberate about it. So how can women get power? The first thing I say is you need to be a master of whatever it is that you do. You need to, it's unfortunate, but if the man is good, you have to be better. And in researching, preparing for this, women need to be at the table. Women, being the nurturer, have it built into our psyche from our mothers, grandmothers, to be modest. You are not to be forward. You are to be gentle and be more of a wallflower. And that attitude has continued to characterize our relationships and our reactions. So you walk into a room, a woman is not going to, well, I come back to no stereotypes, no generalizations, the Gaussian curve. If 10 women walk into a room, 5, 6 of them will hang by the wall and just nibble at their hors d'oeuvre or their aperitifs and sip their wine and just look like a pretty wallflower. If 10 men walk into a room, 8 of them, maybe 2 men will hang by the wall, but 8 of them will work the room looking for business. And I think it was Bimbola Ogunbanjo who said at the start that they are born, they are providers, they want to hunt. So the hunting mentality continues with them. So there's an evolution of ideas, an evolution of philosophies that has to happen. We need to stop bringing up our girls to say, who's going to marry you? I remember when I was studying law and was my bold and assertive self, and many of the boys in class would say, who would marry you? You'll be beating your husband. and I would say to them, the man who marries me is lucky. I hope my husband can say so today. Because you see, it's even in marriage, even the home relationship, it's not about I am Lord and Master and you are the servant. It's team building. And that is what great corporate organizations need to do with women. Build teams. It's not about who is in charge, because at the end of the day, it's performance and results that companies are looking for. So why don't you harness all the resources to achieve that objective? Like you said, those companies who have done that have shown better performance. And research shows that even in politics, those legislative houses have found that they come out with better legislation, have done better for the good of the public. So, in a nutshell, a response to you: women need to be on top of their game. Women need to change their ideology. You don't have to be a wallflower. You need to be as bold and assertive about what you believe in and achieving it. It does not mean you're aggressive. A man does something, they say, oh, he's a good leader. The woman does the very same thing and they say she's aggressive. I've made submissions in court and the judge will, madam, the same argument my male colleague makes and he gets away with it. So many things need to change and we just need to keep working at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Women must learn to do a bit more hunting. Bolaji, did you have anything to say about this?
They need to unmute you.
Can the host please unmute? Can the host please unmute? Yes, thank you.
I'm done. Thank you very, very much. I think the first point that I should make really is to say that this concept of giving up advantage, for me is not about somebody doesn't have to lose for all of us to gain, and I think that's the starting premise, that I come from, and I would really like to reiterate that point, that developing and deploying what is essentially one half of your population into the talent pool or into leadership, is a must and a non-negotiable. So if we address it, from that perspective, then it's really about, how do we do it? And I think there's a critical role that women can play, even much more so than men do. And the first is to recognize that we have to be strategic and intentional about this issue. The second is the first point, that Bimbo Ogunbanjo made, which is that when a door is open for a woman, you have to keep it open and you have to drag many more women through it. The third element is to recognize the importance of men in the conversation and in the process, of changing, things. And many often, times women gather together and they're having this discussion and there are very, very few men in the room. And I think that is really of importance. We all must recognize the incredible collaborative power that mentorship can play. This mentorship in a healthy sense, not in any unhealthy sense, both from men and from other women, for women. It's also important to recognize that this is a pipeline. And Maima made that point extremely well, that you start off building this pipeline from entry into an organization and you sustain that pipeline into governance roles. Then when we find women in female entrepreneurship, or in entrepreneurship, it's really important to create the environment that supports female entrepreneurs. And this is why I talked about, for example, affirmative policies in procurement. Ultimately, also, whether we like it or not, we must focus on equal education opportunities for our girls. And I think when we think about it from that premise, if we attack it from a foundational level and we're very intentional about it, then I think the results that we deliver, will be very, very powerful and are available for all of us to see. And I would just simply say that an equal Nigeria is an incredibly enabled and empowered Nigeria, very simply.
Thank you very much. We're going to be coming on to questions in a bit. I can't actually see any questions. I hope that Business Day will help me find the questions, if we have any. So, I mean, Bolaji and Dr. Bello Sagi have talked about what organizations can do. For instance, I think from that perspective, organizations need to look at their practices, their policies, and their operations. So Bolaji has talked twice about your procurement policies, ensuring that your procurement policies try to engender gender diversity. So your suppliers, you have influence over them. You have to exert that influence to encourage them to give opportunities also to women. Perhaps we would like to look a bit deeper into this. What can organizations do to build more inclusive workplaces that are conducive for both men and women? Dr. Bello Sagi, would you like to say a few words about this again, in addition to what Bolaji has mentioned already? I think you may be muted.
My mom may be muted.
It's not showing that she is, but we can't hear her. Okay, we can now, yes.
All right, thank you. I'm operating on 2 devices out of an abundance of caution, so I may be having a little bit of a challenge. But I think that when we talk about being deliberate, and I'm speaking in the corporate sense, I am thinking of very specific things like, for example, having gender training for all the executives within an organization and for the board. It isn't simply enough to say that you are doing something. The whole organization must understand that this is something that you take seriously. You must also have very specific procedures and policies around workplace flexibility, for example, that enable people, both men and women, to take care of their families while also taking care of their jobs. So a certain work-life balance has to be achieved by the policies that the organization puts in place. I'm thinking in addition of, for example, it's an interesting situation that a couple of organizations have had, where they forget that if you have female executives in the C-suite and you have an event, for example, gifts that you give must be gender neutral because the female executive will be coming with a spouse who is male. And if you haven't even thought about that, that speaks to something that your organization is lacking. You're not even thinking about it. Then, of course, Bolaji mentioned, and very rightly so, you must very deliberately make sure that your recruiting policies and procedures allow for females to participate fully. And the questions and the attitudes that that the persons handling the interview bring must be ones that understand the particular challenges that a female may have to deal with, while also acknowledging that they do expect them to be able to do their work once those challenges are taken care of. I will give the example, the obvious example, that for Udo Udoma and Bello Sagi, for example, we have a creche, and the intention is that both female associates and male associates, and partners, of course, should be able to make use of the services of that creche. So if a male associate's wife is busy, she can send her child over to our creche, and that enables the family to benefit from the services that we provide. And we think that that makes our associates and our employees generally work much better and much harder. And then the final thing I'll note is that we must do career mapping for our females. Otumba Balogun made the point that often you need sponsors and mentors, and they're slightly different roles when you think about it. A mentor is somebody who gives advice. A sponsor is somebody who very deliberately works with you to map your career and ensure that you can achieve whatever is required to move into a particular position. So you need both. And I think those sponsors can be both male and female. So the fact that because of our historical circumstances, it has meant that for many years, males have been the people who could be sponsors, does not take away from the possibility that they should do it now, even if there are women who are available to do the same thing.
Thank you very much. I'd like to highlight a point you made, which is about gender training. When we talk about building gender inclusive workplaces, we cannot assume that men understand what the challenges are for women, or they know, the sort of environments that we thrive in. So I think it's quite important, increasingly across the board, that we have organizations engage in gender training so that the men can see things from a woman's perspective, and perhaps also women can see things from a man's perspective. Like I said, this is a win-win for everybody ultimately. We're going to close in a minute. I was hoping that Otumba would come back because I had a special question for him, but it looks like he's escaped, luckily. Anyway, so I'd like to invite you now, my wonderful panelists, if you have any closing remarks before I hand over to the publisher of Business Day. I'll start with you, Balaji, if you have any closing remarks, and then we'll go around the table. Thank you. You're muted. Host, would you please unmute the panelists?
Thank you so much. So I think for me, firstly, is to thank you, Ivana, for what's been an exciting panel, and to thank, Messrs. Business Day for what's been, really quite, an inspiring day. And basically to make this point, that, getting more and more women participating and involved and leading for us as a nation is not really a fanciful thing. It's a necessity. It's an economic imperative. It's a social imperative for each and every one of us, and it's just a recognition that there is no country that has developed since the Second World War that hasn't developed with an active participation of its female population. And this is a reality that we are facing in our country, and something that we all have to be extremely intentional about.
Thank you very much. Is Abimbola Keridolu here? Her camera has gone off. Looks like she's not. Okay, Dr. Bello Sage, would you like to make your closing remarks, please?
I will join Balaji in thanking you and Business Day for inviting us to discuss this. As he said, it's an important topic, and it's one, as I have also said, I think is not just important for the corporates, but actually for the economy of Nigeria as a whole. So I just think that I'd like to repeat that this has to be deliberate, it has to be intentional, and it has to go beyond the corporates themselves. You did mention that Otumba had left, and unfortunately, it was one of the questions that I think we would all like to hear him speak to. What he spoke to, I think, covered a lot of the internal workings of his organization. But the question that we wanted to hear a response to, at least I would like to hear a response to, is, well, what are you doing about what is required of those organizations that you work with? Are you saying to them, as a matter of policy or regulation, you should have a board that includes more gender diversity, both generational, ethnic, whatever it is, across a whole range of things? It isn't enough to simply say my organization does this. All of us have a responsibility to make sure that this is something that covers a broad range of organizations and actually the entire society eventually. So it's something that I would encourage each of us to focus on. What can we do? Personally, what can we do as corporates?
Thank you. And Abimbola Keridolu, your closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to also thank Business Day for providing this amazing platform. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ivana, for thought-provoking and interesting questions. I'd like to also thank my fellow panelists for interesting and very great perspective that they have brought to the discussion, all of which I agreed with, except the question I have for Otumba Ogubanjo. I mean, disagree, but I would like to probe further. And this question of getting sponsorship getting women to have sponsors. And my question is, who sponsored the men? Getting sponsorship for women, maybe, I don't know. Makes them sound like something.
The men sponsor the men, actually.
Absolutely.
Really? Were they actually sponsored? Okay,
yes.
I mean, I'm not a man, so I don't know what happened.
We don't have the time to go into that, but Bolaji will tell you a lot about that.
Ah, okay. So Bolaji, we have a date.
It's their network.
Oh, I mean,
it happens by default.
Okay, great. So that's what it is. All right. So that's taken on board. My parting shot, though, is, and I link this to the theme of the discussion, that the questions are the answers. So the question should not be, I mean, whatever question you want to ask, the question a woman we want to encourage to grow shouldn't be who is going to let me. The question is, or the question
should be, stop me?
Who is going to stop me?
Yes, who's going to stop me?
So that is my parting shot. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much. I'm told that Otumba is coming back in. I don't know if he's in yet. Is he back in yet? Maybe he hasn't escaped after all.
Well, he's escaped the fireworks.
Yes. So I'm getting some very interesting commentary here. Sponsorship promotes, where is it? Sponsorship breeds godfatherism and can give rise to...
There you go.
I frankly disagree. Mentorship is sponsorship. Yeah, it's just a lack of understanding of the concept.
The truth of the matter is that
in a different way, I think. You always have to define words when you think about it. So sponsorship is being used in the sense of being intentional about ensuring somebody's career moves forward, not being a political sponsor or godfather. It's a different...
Thank you very much. So Otumba is not back. I would like to thank my panelists. It's been a very insightful and engaging conversation. Thank you very much. And I hope that you have enjoyed it as much as I have. Thank you to our audience for staying on. It's been a bit of a long day. Thank you to Business Day, and thank you very much to Mr. Aibogun, who is always such a great advocate for women. He understands the business case and understands it's for the general good, for the country at large, for the companies, for us as individuals. The women get self-actualization, the economy benefits, and everybody wins. Actually, Otumba is back, so just before I do my final thank you, I will hand over to him. Otumba, you escaped some very difficult questions, but I will let you do your closing remarks. I'm sure you didn't do that deliberately anyway, but you came in at the right time.
Thank you. Well, I just want to, thank Business Day for inviting me to participate in this session. It came at short notice, I must say, but your efforts in trying to get our gender balance at the boardroom. I think it all starts at home. Once we start creating that balance in the home, it will translate into the business space. So I think the speakers have said that we need to be deliberate about it, and I think that once we take that those positive steps towards creating policies that will lift up females in the boardroom, the country, the nation will be better for it. Let me just make one final point around women and leadership, which is around this NSAS protest. I hope I have a minute just to speak about that. I just came across an article this afternoon, as a matter of fact, about the NSAS protest and how it was coordinated by a coalition of 4 young women who are passionate about making their country and the role of women in it better. I mean, these ladies were, I think, average age 28, 29, 30 years old at max. They're called the Feminist Coalition. The original intent of the coalition was to achieve financial freedom for women and change what they perceive to be the misogynistic laws and norms in Nigeria. Can you believe that the coalition started planning for the demonstrations within days, and was able to fund arguably the biggest and most organized protest in Nigeria in recent memory, whilst remaining accountable and transparent with every kobo it spent. They designed the logo, set up the website, got copy assets together, set up social media, set up donation accounts, request forms, and tracking sheets. So the Feminist Coalition, as it's known today, was literally a reality overnight. And this was only possible because every founding member, every female of that coalition is at the top of her game. So each one of them managed it the same way they handled their professional work and brought the same amount of focus and dedication to the table. So as historic as this is, it's not the first time Nigerian women have been at the forefront of movements like this. The women of Nigeria have been leading, organizing, and maintaining the momentum of movements since colonial Nigeria. So recent movements like the fight to return the kidnapped Chibok girls, the hashtag #ArewaMeToo, the form of the global hashtag #MeToo movement, which focused on northern Nigeria, was founded by a woman, a lady called Fakus Hashim. These are just two recent examples. So it appears that the common thread for me with literally all the women at the forefront of organizing the protest is that they're all feminists. Feminist women with a strong sense of social justice and a desire for an equal society. It just continues, for me, it just continues to show that women are an underestimated asset to society, and that we need more women in leadership roles and at every level of governance in Nigeria. So that's it from me, Ivana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're well over time. Thank you to everybody again. Thank you to Mr. Aibogun. You do such a great job. I'm always on his case, and we're partners in progress. Let me end with a quote. Change is not mandatory, and neither is survival. Thank you very much, and over to you, Mr. Aibogun.
Ivana, thank you so very much for anchoring such an engaging and inspiring conversation about women in the C-suite. It was such a fitting way to end our CEO conversation for 2020. I must applaud all of your panelists, and I was particularly taken by the deep intellectual underpinning of the conversation. Women are an underestimated asset. We need to be intentional and deliberate about it. It is not about female gratification, but about gender diversity, and in fact, about value appreciation, if you were talking about corporate organizations. So let me thank you once again, Ivana, for pulling this off for Business Day. Thank you so much. We had started in the morning with a very engaging conversation between Randy, the Deputy Dean at the Chicago Booth University Business School, and Babatunde Fajemi-Roku on what's happening in the financial world, given the ravages of corona virus, and then followed on with a masterclass by a master himself, Professor Hal Gregersen from MIT, and of course the other panel discussions and the breakout sessions that then followed. I must make a confession here as the CEO of Business Day. This year's, for me, has been the most engaging CEO forum that we have had ever since we started in 2009. So I think kudos to all our speakers and panelists, and especially to our colleagues. And I am happy to note that this year, this was anchored by one of my female colleagues, Rolly, who you have all been seeing on the screen since morning. So congratulations to everyone. I don't think I can finish my closing remarks without acknowledging the support that we have received from our sponsors, including MasterCard, ICO Insurance PLC, Oxford Group, Pan-African Towers, Aroa Capital Management, Banwo and Igodalo, Udo Udoma and Bello Osage, as well as Patricia Technologies Limited. Thank you so much for the support. We do expect that when we gather next year, we should have a physical gathering or something with a significant physical component in it. All that is left for me to say, once again, is to say thank you, but please make sure and make certain that you are keeping safe. God bless you all, and bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.